Greetings, everybody. Just going to do a bit of a mic test before we begin. I should definitely be tracking through the mic right now, so what gives? Okay, well, I heard my own mic, so I think the audio is coming in. There just may be some delay on it. Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin. Welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. We're on episode 27. Isn't that nice? Hopefully everyone is doing well in health and in spirit today. Before we begin, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank everybody who has subscribed and or donated this month. Thank you again to Mr. Rowan Darcy for their Tier 1 subscription. Please enjoy all of the sweet benefits that come along with that, including the double quantity on votes. Then please also, although I don't have any, I would like to thank people who have donated in the past. It has been greatly beneficial. More than words could I did not mean to turn on a timer. More than words could possibly express. Let's get started, shall we? I've opted to switch to a generic fade transition for now. Just so I can figure out the audio glitching issue of anything. So if the transitions are a bit jarring, I do apologize. Last time we experienced... No, did we experience a memory? I'm not 100% sure. I don't think we did. What I do know is that we completed a shrine quest. We got a couple of other shrines. No, actually, did we? No, I thought we were going to get a second one, but we got the one on Thunder Plateau. We defeated some enemies. We got some Koroks seeds, all that other fun stuff. This will be the last episode before we do any progress. As in we go somewhere either new or exciting or whatever. We're voting on that, by the way. If you guys want to vote on that, the vote is due tomorrow night at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on my Discord. Please join the Discord server. I also work pretty freaking hard on it. Oh, also, I totally did not forget to do the combined chat doc again. Let's see if I've missed bear type again. I make sure I'm toggling the live chat. Oops. I haven't missed anyone. That said, I do want to make sure that that chat is toggled on appropriately. So sorry. Anyway, without getting too caught up on past blunders and errors, today there is definitely a shrine in this canal. I do remember it. I remember it from my previous playthrough. It's underneath this tunnel area, and we're going to be in for a rather rude awakening as soon as we step in there as well. And then, honestly, we're just going to go down the ravine here and grab all of the Koroks seeds in the Tanagar Canyon, and then hopefully start working our way through to Tabanthan and Hebran and all of that fun stuff. I don't think we're going to get it accomplished today, but I do think we're going to get a significant chunk of progress in terms of collecting Koroks seeds today. Hey there, Bear Type. Good to see you. Welcome back to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well in health and spirit today. Hope you enjoy your stay. Lots of streams. Do you mean that in general? Like there are a lot of relevant streams for you this week? Or do you mean like streams from me in specific? if and you don't mind my asking. Hey there, Rasby. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you again. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit, good sir, and hope you enjoy your stay. Switching back to YouTube, like 3 in a row. Hey, I gotta make up for lost time. Because I did spend the 21st to the 26th of last month doing a client job, and I couldn't make any content at all. So, I want to make sure I'm, hitting the ground running, so to speak. Speaking of ground, you guys on Twitch and YouTube, we are multi-streaming, so if you want to say hello to one another, you can. Do I recommend a cross-platform conversation? No, not really, but I'm not anyone's parent, not going to tell you what to do. I just don't think Twitch and YouTube, like, talking cross-platform is the most conducive for conversations. Just trying to keep people from feeling the pain I felt in multi-streams more than anything. Lots of streams, but referring to streams in general, I can imagine so. Thank you for the reminder about the group chat yesterday, Rasby. You really didn't have to do that. I ended up being asleep, and I woke to the message about 3 hours after you sent it. I was tired. What can I say? But thank you for taking time out of your schedule to do that anyway. I'm trying to see. I think I mentioned what happened last stream. I've covered the game plan for this stream. For you guys on Twitch and YouTube, if you want to follow along with the interactive map we're using, you can type in either exclamation mark or asterisk, BOTWMAP into the chats. Twitch uses exclamation mark and YouTube uses asterisk, and you'll get the same thing. I use the interactive map. I do also have a fancier coordinate map if you want to refer to that as well. Tells you like specific object or actor properties, but I don't use it. Consumes too much OBS bandwidth, memory, creates memory issues for me, but I do want to let people know that I have the fancy map too. I ended up being so tired yesterday that although I wanted to record a amnesia video, it ended up being like 12 in the morning by the time I realized that I could record it. But it was too late. The sweet spot for recording horror videos for me is about 10 o'clock at night. Too much later than that, and I risk my rather volatile, expletive-laden interactions waking up my folks, and I really, really don't want that, like at all. So I have to be very choosy about when I record that series. You had a terrible day initially? Sorry to hear that, but it turned out really well and exciting. Oh, what sorts of things made it really exciting, if and you don't mind my asking? And while that response is going on, or while that statement is being read, do you happen to know why after 11 p.m. it's 12 a.m. instead of 12 p.m. and then it's 1 a.m.? Doesn't it have something to do with the time zones? Or like the way we divide up the time regions? I'm really not super familiar with that. Feel free to share if you happen to know. Switching over to YouTube, I really want to make a video on YouTube of your speedruns of Champion Island. You got sub 9 minute, but the sub 9 minute that you wanted, but top 100 sounds better. And I'm 106, so I think I need to start grinding. Yeah, you totally should make YouTube videos of that stuff. More than anything, how are you gonna be able to prove to people that you've made those times unless you've done the grinding, right? And making video is the best way to catalog that. A lot of people say live streams are superior in this regard. I don't know if I necessarily agree, but hey there, Devious. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see ya. Or welcome to the stream, I should say. Good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you for the lovely hype and stuff in chat. If you guys don't know who Devious Grace is, please go check them out. They've been working on, or they are a variety content creator, much like myself, but they do horror and shooters. Whereas I typically stay away from that. I'm more of an RPG purist. Let's go ahead and get that shout out rolling. Thank you so much for that tier 1 subscription. I hope you enjoy.
Goodness gracious, the way it glistens.
Thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription. I really appreciate it. That means a lot. Please enjoy all the benefits that come along with the tier 1 subscription. At the gym listening always, mate. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that I've given some necessary pep to your step for the workouts in the gym. Hopefully that's going well for you, Devious. I'm sub on YouTube, but it's not the same. It's no worries, Bear Type. I'm just grateful people can be here at all, quite honestly. It's nice when people throw money at me, but I can survive. I'll survive. I don't need it. Everyone's support is enough for me. Let me go and make sure I haven't missed anything in chat. And also, I better get that hat put on real soon. Go ahead and get the timer ready. Okay, timer starts now. Yes, it's very much hat time. It's like going, nope, wait, I'm missing a statement. I genuinely don't know, and it triggers the shit out of me. That's fair. I'm like that with some things. I don't know, and it drives me crazy, and I generally have to look it up. It doesn't make sense. 3 a.m., 1 hour later, it's 4 a.m., but 11 a.m., 1 hour later is not 12 a.m. It's like going from 0 to 100, except you start with 100 and then go to 0, 1, 2 until 99 for some ungodly reason. We'd have to look up why the time zones work the way they work, and why 24-hour time is divided up that way. I don't really have a good answer for that, but it is food for thought and something to think about for the future. Let me switch over to YouTube so I don't miss any comments, and then we'll keep things moving. Live is cool, but people don't really come back to them. That's fair. And also, discoverability is complete ass on YouTube. So I totally get that. That's why I think I would prefer promoting long-term content or live long-form edited content. You know, just don't splice anything.
Grant me suck.
Thank you for all the hypes and audio redemptions in chat. Very much appreciated. I don't have any cool toys like that for people on YouTube, so sorry. I'm just not that skilled with StreamerBot yet. I'll be working on it sooner rather than later, though. So, yeah, I've already addressed that comment. Hat time, already addressed that one. And Breath of the Wild isn't an oldish game, right? It's what, 8, 9 years? It's like a 2017 release, wasn't it? If so, that would make it about 8 years old. And there's like video and stuff on Breath of the Wild dating back at about that long too. Yeah, the game still feels new. Breath of the Wild is a game that I will say, you know, regardless of what you think about The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, hashtag not my Zelda, or hashtag hell yes, new formula, let's freaking go. Breath of the Wild is a game that I think is going to age really well. Cell shading or not. Let's see. Make sure I've not slid back. Is it really about time zones? Don't know. And more importantly, you have a cool hat. Thank you. Thank you. I got comments on my Trilby hats yesterday at a Kroger, so I'm really excited that everyone likes Trilby hats. I feel like time zones have nothing to do with it, labeling choice. Maybe not. Maybe not. It might have more to do with the 24-hour clock and the way it works. You'd have to look it up to be sure. It looks great and seems fun, but you need a console to play it. You can emulate it. Now, by emulate, I mean the Wii U version, because Switch emulators are kind of touch and go, and they're a little bit more nebulous in their legal status. Axel LPS, it actually emulates it on emulates the Wii U copy, if I'm not mistaken. I know from the last time I entered one of her streams. Yeah, and modding Breath of the Wild, you typically do it on the Wii U copy. When I get ready to mod Breath of the Wild, presuming people want to see the modded version of such a game, then I'll be doing the additional step of figuring out how to mod the Switch cartridge, because I don't have a Wii U. How powerful is a Wii U? What are the downsides? So, Wii U is clunky for a start. So you've got like the standard console. It's kind of Wii-shaped. The console itself is Wii-shaped. You slip discs. You're asking strictly in terms of content and graphics. Hard to answer. Some games work really great on hardware, some don't. A lot of Wii U titles are cel-shaded, or they have stylized graphics. Content... Let me think. Yeah, some games really stress the typical internal hardware on a Wii U. Breath of the Wild is a really good example of this. Thank you, Bear Type. I actually had a friend who I was visiting before he moved. I want to say he moved like 2 states away from me, and it took like a good 15 seconds to chug through loading zones, and he got the Wii U practically like not refurbished. It was like off the factory press, so you know it's like up to spec and everything. There's no tomfoolery that's happened, and even so, Breath of the Wild does test the Wii U's engine quite a bit. If you play it on PC, you'll probably be fine. Make sure you get a good emulator. If you're looking for emulators, I recommend RetroArch. It's got emulators for a whole bunch of systems. I know Wii U uses a specific emulator. You'd have to go digging around, but for most people, if they're going to be emulating a bunch of stuff on a bunch of different consoles, I easily recommend RetroArch. That way you can emulate everything from a Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color, all the way up to... I'm pretty sure there's an onboard Citra emulator, so you can even do 3DS stuff on it. If I ever think about streaming Shin Megami Tensei 4 and 4 Apocalypse, I'd have to emulate it, because the capture software and equipment for 3DS is like $1,500. That's US dollars, I might add. It's hella expensive for zero reason. It's awful. Sorry, I wanted to make sure I answered a whole string of comments before switching platforms. I'll go ahead and answer or read these last 2 and then move over. In Romania, consoles are pretty rare, I can imagine. Nintendo is basically not a thing at all. I'm sorry to hear that. You know, the company may be shitty at times, but the games are pretty great, for the record. There are a lot of Nintendo fanboys out there, and Nintendo is home to some of the most wholesome gaming I think you'll ever have the chance to see, truly. You always feel excluded when people talk about Zelda or Mario. Nobody here grew up with that, if anyone at all. PS5 is a lot more common. Xbox sometimes exists, but PC is dominant here. Yeah, I could definitely imagine so, especially if you have to emulate a whole bunch of titles. Yeah, PC would be your avenue to do that. That totally makes sense. Switching over to YouTube. Yes. People still get back and even start it. Me. Oh, that was in reference to the Breath of the Wild being an 8-year-old game. Me too. You got it on. You got a mod for it on Wii U? Yes. If you're playing something like Relics of the Past or Second Wind, those are both Breath of the Wild mods. You would use the Wii U emulated version of it. There are processes to get it running on Switch, though. I will be doing that if people ever vote for it. On PC, I don't know. Really, I'm a mod console guy. No, that's completely fair. I'm lucky to have the consoles I have between Xbox and Nintendo stuff. PlayStation was what I either experienced PlayStation games from a friend or, I just did without. Even when I had my own PlayStation 3, for some time, I've had like 2 games on it. And I was like, oh, I don't think I could really keep up with this. So I ended up trading the PS3 and games back in. And I haven't really missed it missed the PlayStation exclusives, and I'm being honest with you. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything on YouTube, and then we'll get a move on. The only reason you got a Wii U is because your dad's friend gave his to us. Valid. Hey, there's nothing wrong with refurbished, reused hardware and software. There isn't a lot of consoles here either. People look for Wii U here a lot, sometimes, I can imagine. My dad gave me a Wii for Christmas at one point. That's the previous console before a Wii U. And he paid like $600 to get that to me on my 15th birthday. I'm always thankful for that. I would not have... 14th birthday. No, 15th. It was definitely after being gifted a World of Warcraft for my birthday. Yes, I was that kid that played MMOs in his spare time. I rated on and off. I did like real multiplayer content. Maybe until I was like 23 or 24? Ah, yes. So let me explain something about the Forgotten Temple while we're here. Let me also just make sure that I've gotten all of... Yes, okay, so there are no Koroks seeds in here to my knowledge. Except for maybe one in the... Yes, one in the very back. Thank you, Seribot, for banning that spammer. Much appreciated. If you're a content creator, you should definitely get Seribot or Kumabot if you're on Twitch, or find a similar service if you're on YouTube. Because I can't tell you the number of times this week. Actually, I probably can. It's like 5. Where I've had people spam best viewers on streamboo.com or wherever, knowing full well those are scam sites with viral payloads inserted. Yeah, not very fun. Definitely get yourself some spam protection. And I wouldn't have known that. I wouldn't have known any of the spam protection existing. Well, what? It's not like, sorry, let me finish what I'm saying and then reply to that. I feel insecure myself. I'm gonna buy viewers now to feel better and impress people, Kappa. Well, I don't think anyone would really know how to spell it, probably. Right. Gimmick. Let me explain the gimmick. So this place has tons and tons of guardians stationed in it. Lots of guardians. There are quite a few different approaches you can take. I've tried stealthing through this tunnel. I fail at it. You can go guns blazing. You can bring a whole bunch of guardian weapons, and you could dismantle the guardians in like no time at all. Or you could do some mix of those strategies. And tripping over objects is like a terrible way to try to like deal with that stuff. I actually experienced one of the biggest plot twists. The guy who brought me to Twitch, who was a streamer, and you also streaming, he got 900 followers in just 1 to 2 months, which was insane. Yeah, tell me about it. Later, years later, you found out that he bought those followers? Yikes. No, let's dip down while I read this. Yeah, that kind of sucks when you meet your heroes and then years later, you know, you find out that they were secretly the villain the whole time. That's not the most heart-wrenching thing in the world, given we're talking about viewer botting, but it is sad. You found him to be like kind of like a fucking role model, because nobody ever reached those numbers. I thought he was just a godlike influencer. That was at the beginning of your time on Twitch. You were also a really like young, not even adult person yet, if I remember correctly. So that's kind of like a double or triple whammy in your case. And seeing tens and tens of streamers, none of them getting to that level. Yeah, that kind of sucks. A, that it sucks for them. B, it sucks for you. Because, I mean, that would be if I found out some years later that Chugga Conroy was actually secretly guilty of all the crimes he was accused of. After we went through the tail spiral of him having to prove his own innocence. That would be... I mean, I'm cynical enough that it wouldn't break me now, but given... If I had gone maybe 4 or 5 years back, yeah, I would have felt pretty sad about that. That guy stopped streaming for a long time, and that felt pretty bad. You didn't get to watch much. The content might have been okay, but... Yeah, it's kind of hard to say. I don't know what he actually did. Honestly, not super upset, because it's such a cool story. The villain was here all along. Fair. All right, let's... Okay, we're gonna break their line of sight. Want to be real careful. Gotta be careful of the meeting right now. Gotta go. Very well. Hopefully that meeting goes well, and I'll either see you after you're finished, or I won't. In which case, have a good rest of your day, Rasby. Hope the rest of your day goes well. Get back in a sec? Sure. Just make sure I'm not missing anything. I think we're good. Okay. So here the idea is you kind of just want to get through this area without getting pinged by a guardian. And just like that, we're here at the shrine, and I'm pretty sure there is a Korok rock. Oh, and also there's just a huge goddess shrine right here. And what we're gonna do is I think we want to climb up here. Because there should be a Koroks seed behind the goddess statue somewhere, if I recall correctly. Let's see if I'm right. How about that? Ah, nothing like a good hot chockey. How many other people like hot chocolate? I'm getting mine out of a pack, so I know it's not as good as the real, authentic hot chocolate, but it's nice, it's warm, and it feels like I'm drinking coffee without actually drinking any of it, so... Also, one other thing I'd like to mention is I've got some timers set up now, like some actual scheduled things. So I won't be waxing quite so poetic about shilling things in stream. I don't need to do that. The most I will probably say is thank you, maybe give a little bit of an advanced blurb about the break, as the timed events can take like 40-50 seconds to trigger. And I don't want you guys to feel like I've not given you enough warning. The ad alert for people on Twitch will be happening 5 minutes before the actual, like, break shows up. I've got a bunch of nice timers set up. We already passed the first one, even. I don't know how many timers I want to put on YouTube, either. Because you guys don't have quite so much overhead to worry about. A lot of the overhead is payloaded in the front and the thumbnails and things. We're gonna go ahead and get the orb and get out of here. And then we have one more orb, and then we can skedaddle. Or we can actually go grab the Master Sword. Still, not, even if we grab it, though, still not gonna do the first DLC yet. You guys already voted to have that done after all the Divine Beasts, so I'm gonna stick to my word there and not do it until after we've dealt with all the Divine Beasts, because I think that's fair. It would really suck if you guys voted on something and then I just made it irrelevant by doing something on my own, huh? And I don't want to do that. We are voting on things. I think I've, like, vaguely mentioned that we're voting on a future game, but a future game to play, but we are also voting on where we want to go next. I've got 3 choices lined up in the Discord. First choice is the Akala Ancient Tech Lab. The second choice is Death Mountain and the Divine Beast Va Rudania. And the third choice is the Farron jungle / Lake Hylia, Lake Hylia area. So if you guys want to vote on where we're going to go next, you've got until tomorrow night at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to secure those votes. So far, it looks like, based on vote doubling, based on some, like, vote doubling effects, right now, some, it appears that, we'll be heading over to the Farron area, unless more people with subscriptions or enough non-subscribers start voting. And by subscriptions, I mostly mean people on Twitch. Sorry, YouTube, not that you're not important, but the distinction is more over, like, people who give money versus people who don't. Nice, nice, nice. You could kill all these guardians for parts, but you really don't need to. You see where our first piece is. Maybe down here. Ah, yes, I think I remember a magnesis, or a metal door covering a rock here. I'm pretty sure I remember the trenches. Ooh, we have not taken a picture of it. We have taken a picture of it. Cool. One. Ow. Nice. And 2. I'm pretty sure this, what was it again? The Tanagar Canyon, has a, this was like the site of a great battle, if I remember my lore correctly. Lots of guardians came crawling through the trenches, if I remember correctly, which I very much might not remember correctly. Okay, I think I know where I'm headed. That's right, you better skedaddle. Get along, little doggy. Also, I've opted to add a YouTube prompt for people who are interested, for people on Twitch, because there isn't quite enough crossover. I'm joking. It's just often when I ask, people are like, "Huh? What's that?" So I put out a timer for that as well. Even though there are panels that already direct people to YouTube, people are most interactive in the chats, so I figured that's where my effort should really be. Nice. Come on, I feel like there's gotta be like an open spot. Link, stop trying to wall run. I need you to not do that for like 5 seconds. Climbing up, you know, things like this can be quite tricky. I'm gonna see if my logic for this holds. Probably not. Oh, it does. Get up there, Link. I don't know why he's in this crouch state, but whatever. Climbing can be pretty touchy sometimes with this game. Speaking of, where are we going next? I think I've got a pretty good idea. We'll want the climbing gear for this one. This is kind of what the game is like at points. You're just, you know, scrawling all over the landscape, looking for things to climb. You know, rocks to check, trees to chop down, enemies to kill, weapons to find, rocks to mine. It all kind of bleeds together at some points. And I think that... I think the best time you're gonna have in Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild is gonna be when you're balancing making story progress or game progress with going out and doing these other tasks, these less consequential tasks at times. 1, 2, 3. I am definitely not going down. I'm definitely not going down there for 2 key swings. That's too much progress to lose. Now, is this one... Yeah, okay, this one's in a different area. We want to go over here-ish. If only I were a little further up, I would definitely, like, try to get some dragon parts, but we're not in that position. Okay, so where are we in position to this? Yeah, okay, I think we're about in the right spot. I think I know where it is, too. Guys, see that rubble of rocks over there that looks like we can blow them up? Yeah, methinks maybe there's a rock containing a Korok under there. Well, would you look at that? Oh, I think we might want to change up gear and also make a save so that we don't die to a silver bokoblin randomly. Go ahead and eat food here. That bokoblin is like a super bad shot. I say as I get absolutely slugged by the bokoblin. I did not mean to hit you, horse. I am so sorry. And we have, this is a plain old dragon bone bokoblin bow. This one here is gonna be pretty good moving forward for just shooting basic random things. Now, is this one? This one is down here. Probably up on that ledge, if I had to guess. So, do folks like exploratory games like this? Or do people like action at all times? People like when there's a story constantly put in front of them. It's okay if that's the case. You know, sometimes we just want to experience a narrative. We want to feel like we're part of something. And games like these don't always let you do that. Mainly because... I know, you spotted me. Yeah, that's right. Take a hike. Think it might be up there somewhere. People want to experience a story. They don't mind short interludes away from that stuff, but generally some people do like just being told stuff. Like, and human beings statistically like stories. Even if you're inclined toward like STEM fields, you still like stories. You just like ones where there are more facts interladen. That's all. And I say that as somewhat of a crestfallen former STEM major myself. I think it's not that I've lost my zest for STEM or anything, it's that I'm a bit more jaded. I realized that people in these fields are not really any better. Than any other person. And so I've become a bit more of a cynic towards, you know, STEM stuff as a result. Might as well keep going up this way, because we'll get our next Koroks seed by doing so. You just gotta keep your eyes peeled. Gotta keep your eyes peeled for stuff. Because if you see something floating around and you want to collect it, you don't want to be dashing and missing out on all of these nice winter wing butterflies we're seeing. And you'll just, you know, glance right past all these rocks. Okay, we did definitely already get the one I'm looking at on the map. So now we want to head one floor up. Yes, please give me all these nice, rich minerals. I definitely did not mean to do that. Oops. All right, yeah, this one we need to use climbing gear for. Outside of going through and trying to like tour as much as we can of these regions that we've sort of glossed over, I don't really have any other plans. This is kind of the stream. This is we're kind of just going to be doing small activities today, for the most part. That said, one thing I am going to start doing, I'll probably see what I can implement by Wednesday, is I'm going to start writing down some topics that I think I can talk about in the... I did not mean to do that. In the sphere of STEM, science, technology, mathematics, medicine, and engineering. I'm always torn whether that M should go to medicine or math. And there are people who say math is a science, but I guess that's a question I can ask everybody. How do you guys see things? Do you guys think that math is a science? And that the M in STEM should be for medicine? Or do you think the, you know, the M in STEM should be for math, and medicine goes in the sciences? There's an argument to be made that there should be a STEM with two M's to delineate these, because medicine is not... Medicine is and isn't science. It's like the interdisciplinary version, right? It's the interdisciplinary, like, science. And it has a specific goal. A lot of the hard sciences are research-oriented. Medicine has a research component, but it also has, like, a practical component as well. So it's very, it's kind of hard to see medicine as strictly its own thing, and I think I'm coming to like some sort of personal reckoning or understanding on my views on this topic. For a long time, I thought that M should go toward math, because I think it's so often its own thing that I think it's worth it deserves its own place in that acronym. But maybe math and medicine both do, and I've just been a hardliner for no real reason. It's like, oh yeah, I could see it. The next one's this like ring of rocks, so we could just kind of glide to it, making pit stops along the way. That is a magnesis puzzle we have already done. You don't need to do that. This part's no doubt my favorite. I quite enjoy just flying over everything and getting just a clear bird's eye view of, you know, Hyrule. Hey there, Zane Wu. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you enjoy your stay. Hopefully that timer doesn't, like, zip down. If it stays right about that 5-minute mark, we're going to be good. I think that the timers are based on the real-world time as well, so guess I better make sure I start on time. But good to see you, Zanewu. Hopefully you enjoy your stay. How are you doing, if and you don't mind my asking? And while I am right here, you think it could be part of science? That's my, like, normal stance on the subject is I think math, or not math, but medicine can be folded into science. Because for the most part, it's biology with an application toward, like, the easement of human suffering, and the curing of diseases and things like that. You're doing okay? Thanks for asking. No problem. I always like to check in with my audience and make sure they're doing well. What kind of entertainer or host would I be if I didn't do that? Hey there, NK. Welcome back to the stream. Good to see ya. How are you doing in health and spirit today, friend? Hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in 5 minutes before the hour, roughly, and we are in the midst of collecting all the Koroks seeds in Tanagar Canyon. A fun pastime, but it does get a little bit lackluster after a while. This has got to be the rock ring right here. Sure is. Now, where's our stasis check? Well, it's found some other stuff, but I'm pretty sure this rock is going to end up being up here on the shelf somewhere. At least it better be up here. It better not be in the midst of everything else. There we go. Since we're getting close to the time where the intermission's going to take hold, I want to thank everybody for being here so incredibly much. It'll happen in like 3 minutes from now. I've got everything set on a timer, so it should be nice and smooth. And hopefully a lot more automated, so I'm not spending 15 minutes out of every hour talking about it. Let me also get the little bit of, you know, freemium shilling out of the way. If and you guys like this content and you hadn't considered doing so already, and or you haven't done... Right, I've already said that. Please consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. Those are free, easy methods to help the channels grow. Please also consider joining the Discord. There are links in the description, or specifically there's a link tree in the description There should also be a link tree on my Twitch profile. Please feel free to click on that and explore and touch all the things. You know, click on all the buttons, and most of the panels in the About Me section on Twitch have something on them. Like, you can directly click on the panel. Some panels have text, but a lot of them, a lot of them are just the panel, and you just click on them. I thought that would be a pretty... hello. Yeah, okay, so this Korok seed's a little bit tricky. I have to kind of come up here to this shelf. And take care of that. I'll go ahead and reiterate my engagement question before we take our intermission. For those that have just joined on YouTube and for those that are on Twitch and kind of been in the background, what do you guys think the 4 letters of STEM should be? Do you think it should be science, technology, engineering, mathematics, or should it be science, technology, engineering, and medicine? Or, I guess I'll throw this option in there. Do you guys think STEM should actually be spelled with 2 M's? 1 for each. I'll give you guys plenty of time to think on that, as in about maybe 30, 40 seconds, there'll be a break. Speaking of which... Okay, we are back, folks, so sorry about that. People are probably familiar or used to my much longer stinger transition, someone has told me that it's been glitching out like crazy for half a year, and I've just never noticed. So I've removed the stinger transition while I figure out what to do, what I want to do about that. So while I've asked that engagement question, just kind of get people's minds thinking about things, I'll just reiterate my answer again. I'm sort of torn about STEM, like what exactly should it be comprised of. I'm of half a mind that medicine can be folded into science like Zainwu was talking about, but I'm also of half a mind where I think you could reasonably just spell STEM with 2 M's, and then everyone's happy. It's recognized equally, and medicine can be the distinct thing everyone knows it can be, that it legally should be, because it has aspects of a lot of different things that occur in the STEM field. Although all the STEM fields pretty much are multidisciplinary in some respect, but I feel like medicine is just the perfect encapsulation of all those 4 fields at once. There's a lot of R&D that goes into understanding how the human body works. There's also a lot of technology and engineering involved in getting all of those logistical hurdles taken care of, and it involves a ton of math. You know, I've always been of the mindset that you should not be a biologist if you're bad at math, or any kind of biochemist. You have to be really good at math, really good at it. Do you need to know calculus? Maybe, maybe not. Calculus would sure be useful, but could it help? Yeah, absolutely. Because in medicine, everything changes every second all the time. So being able to describe rates of change and, you know, form these nice little graphs called surface graphs. So you know how in math you've got like a 2D graph split across 2 axes, a planar graph. A surface graph is what happens when you display data on a 3D surface. So there's height, there's width, there's depth, and each one of these axes represents a distinct point along the surface graph. You can even do things like make the surface graph change in curvature to reflect certain ways in which the quote-unquote surface will respond. You can even calculate curves on that surface graph. Again, using calculus and differential equations to arrive at the answer. And the answer can often determine, you know, what it'll give you some insight into what that data looks like. You just have to be willing to translate the mathematical spatial data into whatever the surface graph is referencing. Or they're also called topological graphs because they mimic a surface. We're gonna go ahead and swap back. I certainly don't think it'll take us all that long to get up there, but it would have taken us a lot longer if we hadn't used this power. I definitely don't want to be up there. This timer makes me a little bit nervous, not gonna lie. How much time do we have left? Oh, the timer was quite generous, actually. Now, who wants to bet that our next Korok seed is climbing this tall thing? I think we're climbing a tall thing. I don't know about you guys. We just gotta actually climb the tall thing and not bungle it. I think we're gonna have to find some shelving to rest on. I don't think we're gonna make this climb, but you never know. Could be surprised. Okay, so apparently the timers I have set are based on real-world time, so it might not necessarily line up with how long the stream time's been going for. So just think real-world clock, and you guys will be okay when it comes to the time. Definitely gonna be an adjustment phase for me too, promise. But I think the automated timers on things are gonna make the stream a lot better overall. Because now I'm not filling that space with, you know, typical, you know, streamer shilling nonsense. And it gives me a chance to put my own spin on things like timers. It cultivates my skill set on, you know, how to work programs like this. I can't really ever sell the skills or market the skills that I get from, that I obtain from, you know, streaming like this, but the skills will at least be useful to me in other minor applications, I'm sure. There's always a use for everything, if you know where to look. If you're creative, even. Maybe that's a better way of putting it. If you're creative, if you perhaps have imagination, anything is possible. I think it's definitely going to be some fairy lights up here. I definitely think that's what's going to be at the top of this. There's no way the map would indicate otherwise. Oh. That's a clip-worthy moment if ever I saw it. Link's just chilling inside the wooden beam here. Wooden beam? Metal beam? It's definitely wood. It's definitely like all wood. This dude does not care. Doesn't need to breathe. Doesn't need to eat. He is Pillar now. One with Pillar. I definitely need a redemption for this. Hang on.
Not only are you incompetent, but shameless to boot.
I know. My jokes will be here for as long as I'm here. And that is to say, they will suck as long as I'm allowed to be alive. It better not be at the top of the pinwheels. Yeah, thank you. I didn't think the game would be that cruel. I do think this is one of the more well-placed Korok seeds. And look, we get a view. We get a view, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary people. We get to overlook this nice, like, vast canyon. I don't think there are too many views that could beat this one, except maybe the ones that are on the top of Death Mountain or something. That would be the sort of view that would just be stunning, breathtaking, absolutely, like, captivating. And this one, even though it was kind of tucked into the corner, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a puzzle shrine. Guess we're going to find out. In the name of the goddess Hylia, I offer this trial. Build and release. Oh boy. Are there any other levers in here? No, it's just, Nope, it's just stop the device when it's time. And I gotta wait for this ball to kind of like line up. It's gotta be perfect. I remember this one is very finicky. Really? Nice! Now we have to reload the dun- Oh, hang on. We can actually just jump down. This should reset it? Oh no, yeah, we gotta just reset. You gotta get out of here. Oof. Yep. Wow, I was not expecting that one to happen, ladies, gents, and non-binary people. I really, really was not. Oof. Let's try that again, shall we? And hopefully do a lot better this time. There we go. That wasn't so hard. We just had to get it stopped right. So definitely gonna be some stasis puzzles. Like that one. Any of these pegs, really. All going to denote stasis puzzles. Can we blow them up? Kind of blow them up. More like we threw a bunch of bombs at it, and that's how it worked. I definitely want this bow. The Falcon bow is a nice, like, upgrade. Ooh, especially because it's got 36 attack power. Yeah, that's nice. And it's still wooden, so that's even better. Huh, alright. So what do we do with this? These are stone barrels. We need them for something, but what? Maybe for the wooden, I think I see what's gotta happen. We gotta weigh this down. We're definitely gonna need to knock the thing into the hole. Otherwise, it'll get stuck. Or we don't even need the stone barrels for that. This magic-infused greatsword... Right, we've already seen this. And we can even pocket the find without worrying about it. Cool! A bunch of stone barrels. And... a void. I know what's happening. I know exactly what's happening. We gotta use stasis for this one. Well, per dir coin, yes, we use stasis for all of it. That didn't do anything. We'll probably need to use bomb arrows for this. Or that's not gonna work. Yeah, that's definitely not gonna work. I think we have to get out of here again. Yep. Sure do. Gonna have to figure out a better way to do that, because that ain't it. I think we have to knock one of the yeah, I think I know what we gotta do. We gotta knock the barrels into the stone plate over here. And we need the angle to be pretty, like, spot on, too. Well, lessons learned. I wonder how cheap this one's gonna be, though. Okay, I am out of beverage. I'm gonna go and get some more beverage, and I will be right back. Sorry about that. I am back. There are only 2 times I ever run ads, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary people. One of those is if I step away from my desk and I think I'm going to be longer than 30 seconds, I'll go ahead and fire up a short ad. The other time is during breaks. Please note that you will never, ever, ever have to worry about, you'll never have to worry about ads being on an auto timer. I mean, this is pretty the timer I have set up is pretty close to the ads being an automatic timer, but if I ever have to step away from my desk, those are never like, they don't go on the Twitch auto scheduler is the thing I guess I really should be saying. I always manually run my ads, whether through Firebot timer or not. Really? You had better fall off that, like, tunnel. Thank you. Alright, now this one up here. We already got the chests in the other one, so all we have to do is this. It's gonna be a little bit square. We want to basically, like, stand right here. Okay. Saving's not gonna help us, so let's just get this over with. Are we serious? Oh, do we have to do, like, multiple of them? Like, one of them isn't gonna work? How do we do this, then? Or maybe it's like, I don't think that's gonna work either. What do I do here? It's not like we can even foist the balls out of here. We're just kind of stuck. Kind of stuck doing this. I think we're meant to... I think we're sort of meant to, like, not stack the barrels. Yeah, we clearly can't. Like, look at this. We kind of have to just... You know... Oh, I think I need to actually send this barrel, like, full throttle. Okay, yeah, I think I know what I gotta do. Do I have this set up the way I want it? Yeah, oh, never mind. It works. I'll make sure to update the subscription I just updated it today. I'll make sure I've updated the subscribers panel by tomorrow, so that by Wednesday, you guys will be ready to go. We won't have, I won't have to constantly worry about whether I'm behind on the subscriber and patron panel or not. Okay, now that we're done there, where's the next one in the canyon? Not until we get to the course, it looks like. Yeah, there's all kinds of mini games laid out if you look hard enough. It's like, what? Here's this big giant spot over here, so it's like, what, over here-ish? Yeah, it looks like it's on this shelf, maybe. We'll just put a pin on it so we know we're going the right way. Maybe make sure we pick up the Saflina flowers that are nearby. Because once we get back out of the canyon, we're not going to find Saflinas for quite a while. We probably do need to... hello. Yes, I see you, Sir Choo-Choo. I need you to skedaddle now. No one asked. Oh, also, I guess while I'm looking at it, I need to know if... I put a timer or I set up a webhook for Discord so that the YouTube, specifically the YouTube live notifications would go out. Because typically with a lot of streamer bots or like service bots, with YouTube, you either get sometimes buggy release statements. I tried this with Carlbot at one point, didn't really quite work. Where I made sure that the YouTube live notifications and like the long form video were all getting the notifications sent out to my Discord server. Then that didn't work. Then I got a separate bot, realized that it would also, post the long term. It would be pretty touch and go. So now I'm trying a webhook, and I'm curious to see if it worked the way I wanted it to. Let's see. No, I don't need notices about the thing. Thanks. Yep, sure does. Works like a charm. It even works for what's really cool about the webhook that I'm using is that I didn't know you could change like webhook avatars or anything. So now we have a brand new senator in our midst named Senator Celavis, and he'll be responsible for minting out the YouTube live notifications. A job I'm sure Celavis in the real world would absolutely relish in for yours truly. He wouldn't at all be plotting for my demise, right? Ugh, I think his wits would definitely evaporate in my mere presence. No, you had the indecency of stopping for a graze. Why are you guys like this? Probably want the frost arrows now that I'm thinking on it. Is it this up here? Think so. Think so. G.I. Joe, because no one is half the battle, right? Yeah, that definitely doesn't work. Maybe if I actually killed them with the frost arrow, it might work. Okay, let's climb up yet another cliffside for yet another small, simple Korok seed. Everyone's favorite activity, I know. So one thing I guess I think I can talk about that's pretty positive is there's a company out there who's working on quantum computing, and they've got some light-based, they're working on some light, or like some photonic chips, I think it is. I'd have to go back and actually pull up the article, but I thought that was pretty cool. That even in the midst of all the geopolitical decay we're experiencing, we do still have science occurring. I think that's what I'll probably start looking up to, A, give us things to talk about, but B, more importantly, you know, keep my sanity from absolutely slipping every time I read about something else Musk and his muskrats have done. Or, you know, the rest of the U.S. government. I can't wait to find the second Great Fairy, because once we do, level 2 is going to make our climbing gear a lot more effective at being able to climb anything, even without a third wheel of stamina. Or, you know, stamina boosting foods. Might need to use Rivali's Gale to scale this one. We'll see. Yeah, I definitely think we're scaling Rivali's Gale.
It is my pleasure.
Come on, get up there, get up there. I think I need to find, like, some bit of flat surface and then, use Rivali's Gale. That is a complete waste of Mifa's Grace. I think here's where the flat part will kind of end for us. Or maybe if I, you know, go around to go up. I don't know. I'm kind of babbling now. Ooh, maybe up here. This shows some promise. What else can I talk about? I think I read just today that there are some studies for synthetic like fecal transplants. I know poop, what's that doing, you know, in science? But, you know, if people in Japan, if factories in Japan can market sewer sausage, I think it's safe to say that studying poop can have some real benefits. fecal transplants are basically kind of used to give patients a new microbiome. Like if your gut microbiome is bad or suffering, having a fecal transplant can really actually be beneficial. The only problem is currently with fecal transplants, there's a non-zero chance that the fecal transplant results in bad bacteria hitching a ride. Presumably, understandably so, because you are, after all, harnessing someone else's poop. But the study I was reading was locking in on a specific strain of bacteria that checks like 37 boxes for neutral or neutral reactions to other bacteria that are typical for a human microbiome environment. It's definitely over here. I think there's a flagpole or something that we're looking for here. Yeah, so the study was basically for a synthetic fecal transplant, which I thought was pretty cool. You know, gross as it may be, gross though it may be, it is at least, yeah, there's definitely a fairy light here. All right, we'll go ahead and put on the climbing gear. I should have just dropped down. I just knew that dropping that furiously was going to leave me open to making a mistake, and I made it. But we recovered, at the very least. Where's our next one? Kind of like over there-ish. There might be an NPC along this general direction that we can find. Next one's not until the Tabanthan Great Bridge, so we're good for a bit. I'm just gonna hate when the science and math are no longer enough to keep people distracted from the geopolitical... distracted's the wrong word. Like, what I should say is, eventually science and math breakthroughs really aren't gonna be possible because people are too busy worrying about whether or not a group of despots and tyrants are gonna be, overthrowing their countries by one means or another. Do we have a weapon slot? We, in fact, do not have a weapon slot. Holy moly, a Hylian here? You must be as tough as iron to survive the trip out this way. Ah, Gorons. The really super tall, super heavy dwarves. Don't you just love how everything folds back into D&D territory? If the Zora are sea elves, then the Gorons are, quite honest to goodness, dwarves. Because everything always folds back into those races. Getting here must mean you have the stones to strut your stuff in a round of boom, bam, bam, golf. Well, are you in? What's that? Huh? You don't know boom, bam, golf? It's famous. No one who's played it even once can get enough. I invented it the other day, rolling down the hill, so I'm the only one who's played it. Well, gee, you think that might contribute to why nobody knows? This man definitely needs this redemption.
Not only are you incompetent, but shameless to boot.
And I love it to smithereens. Oh, I'm glad at least your incompetence brings you joy. I guess it makes sense that you haven't heard about it, come to that. Gee, you think? You think? Give this man the solid gold Cupid doll as a reward. It couldn't be simpler to play. Whack the ball and try to knock it into the hole at that flag. The fewer tries it takes, the higher your score. The best part, it only costs 20 rupees to play. Two-handed weapons like hammers could really send the ball flying, but you gotta take care not to overdo it. Swords and one-handed swords or weapons are better for short distances, but be careful you don't break them playing the game. Or you could just go hog wild on the ball. The more power you put into your swing, the further it goes flying. 4. What's 4? If the ball rolls off the course, you take a 1-stroke penalty and have to keep going for where you hit it. I'll keep track of how many strokes it takes. Your job is to get the ball in the hole in 20 strokes or less. How you hit the ball is your call, but the further you can smash it with every smack, the better. If the ball moves even an inch, that counts as a stroke. Huh, I guess those rules ain't so simple after all. Whoops. So are you in or are you in? I'm tapped out. Too complicated for me, not that kind of orc. Hold on. Let me get this one. Where is it?
Me not that kind of orc.
Fine. I'll give it a try. Say no more. It's time to tee off. Boom, bam, golf is go. At least once I get that 20 rupees for the greens fee. Browns fee? Fine, I pony up. Rock on. I'll start setting up. Frick. Off the course? You went off course, kid. That's 1 penalty stroke and you gotta pick up where you left off before. Okay, I need to adjust it to the left. Yes, get the damn penalty stroke over with. Damn it! Oh, penalty. I guess I just need to shift it over to the left more. Yeah, I'm not very good at this, not gonna lie. No!
Oh.
Fine. And I don't even know how much durability I have on the other hammer. Yeah, just go ahead and make the incomplete knock. That's going to be better for the number of hits we have. I think you can do it in as few as 7 hits, provided you don't take any penalties. I don't think I needed to quite hit it that hard, but whatever. Now here comes the other not fun part in golfing. Are you guys ready? It's putting. We gotta play putt now. Two hits would have been sufficient. Nice shot! Way to take a whack at it. Give me a second to figure out your score. "12 sheesh, kid. Boom bam golf ain't easy, but it ain't that hard." Aw, buddy, well, don't give up, okay? What a condescending asshole. You just needed to practice. Practice and then practice some more. Oh, you look like you want to go again. Heck, who am I to stop you? I'm tapped out. What a shame. But at least now you've seen the majesty of Boom Bam Golf for yourself, right? I'll be here fiddling with the course. We never close in case you're ever itching to play. Condescending ass. Alright, Modar. Getting here must mean you've had... yep, I'm in. 20 rupees for a completely BS minigame. I'm kidding. The concept of it is fine enough, but... But it does still stink. I just don't like this type of minigame in my RPGs and action platformers. I really don't. It is a way to pass the time, though. I will give you that. It is a pretty good way to pass the time. Are you serious? I hit it just a little too hard. And, oh my god. Yep. It better be 5.
Oh!
5! You're getting to be a real heavyweight, kid. Don't go thinking you got it all figured out now. Keep at it and set the highest record ever in Boom Bam Golf. Oh, it is the highest record. Oh, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. We're good. We don't need, definitely don't need to play that any further. Please and thank you. I will put a star by it on the map so we all kind of know what to expect. So it's this spot right here. Okay, so it's what, under here? Or is it like actually on the bridge? It looks like it's on the shelf just under where the bridge sits. Okay. That doesn't seem so bad. While that timer has just gone off, outside of what I've already talked about before, I would like to also point everyone's attention toward the benefits packages that come along with your subscriptions on Twitch. And for you guys on YouTube, I'm going to recommend Patreon or Coffee. Those are going to be the quickest ways to catch up with your peers on Twitch. In terms of the offerings that I hand out for people who chuck money at me, please also know that chucking money at me is never required to be here. I don't want anyone to feel like they're missing out because, you know, they're not chucking money at me. That's what Patreon Coffee's, like, the content on there is for. That's supposed to instill a sense of FOMO. Here, not so much. It better not be another fairy lights thing, but it probably is, given this game. Anyway, for you guys on YouTube, gonna recommend the Patreon and Coffee. For those of you on Twitch, I'm gonna recommend, just gonna wait a second. Wait a second and just catch your breath here. I'm gonna recommend a tier 1 subscription. That gives you the most bang for your buck. You get 5 emotes for your trouble. No matter what subscription tier it is, you at least get 5. But tier 1 also cuts out the ads. You don't have any... The dragon above you is above you. Cool. Uh-huh. Dinral is a cool dragon. It's just too bad we weren't prepared to go shoot it and get some parts. That's all. Also, you're just here to say hi? No worries, Bear Type. Thank you for stopping by to say hi. I appreciate the company. And we fell down. Like a whole almost two stories. Cool. Yes, but thank you for saying hi. I hope your day is going well. And I hope we'll be able to talk about it. Hope we'll get to talk about things soon. Where do you need to shoot the dragon? I can't get it to give me the things. You need to shoot it on either the claws, a body shot, I believe, gets you a scale. You need to shoot its teeth if you actually want a tooth. All the dragons pretty much have the same, like, 4 harvestable parts. Teeth, horn, claws, and, scales. And then, you bring them to the prerequisite... No, actually, take that back. Outside of the necessary scale required for each of the, goddess shrines, the only other thing you can do with them is make food with them. And you gotta be real careful. Dragon scales or dragon parts make food and elixirs real touchy things to try to deal with. I recommend using a ingredient recipe book in order to handle the scales properly. I don't recommend wasting them on random experiments. But that's just me personally. Please tell me it's this, and it's not... Oh, we have to climb further. And if you're thinking about Patreon or Coffee, I do also have semi-exclusive content over there. I'm falling a little far afield of it, but I do want to get back to making some soon. I'm so chronically behind, it's not even funny. So I want to make sure I do the things I'm supposed to do first before I deal with Patreon, which is extra, at least for the time being. Okay, and if I remember correctly, we should be showing up on the 3 p.m. mark real soon, maybe about 15 seconds? So I'm gonna park it here while I wait for that to occur, which is right now. Sorry about that. I am back. Why don't we, keep things going? We've done all the shilling, so at this point, I don't even need to do that. I can just thank people for being here, which of course I'm always thankful for. And then we can, enjoy our last 2 hours, you know, totally free of marketing. Look, if I didn't have to do this, if I didn't have to, you know, push the channel, if I didn't need to market it in any way, I wouldn't. I know people hate that stuff, but, that's just not realistic if you're trying to grow a YouTube channel. I think everyone, or a Twitch channel, both channels, I think everyone understands that, but, that still doesn't mean people like it. People can understand something all they want, but it doesn't change the feeling of not liking something. Unless your name is me, Coin. Okay, I need to figure out how I'm doing this. I could just, like, drop down. Let's not make things hard on myself. Let's make things easier on myself instead. That's going to be a lot better for me. I don't know, how do you guys feel about, you know, content creators and entertainers shilling their channels, like marketing and you know, otherwise, you know, promoting their channels? Big deal? Not a big deal? Who cares? People care? Like, yeah, don't make it annoying, or yeah, I don't want to hear that shit ever. Any range of the responses is fine. After all, I'm asking for opinions. Being a content creator myself, I totally get people shilling their channels, and I would never get in the way of someone else doing that, because that's just how marketing work. That's just how marketing work, more than anything. Yes, I know, there's a shrine nearby. Eventually we'll get along to discovering that, but not before then. Okay, let's get a sledgehammer cooking. And then figure out where the heck this, Oh, you know what I just realized? It's over there. It's over there. We might as well travel back. Oof. What's everyone's favorite vegetable? Or least favorite vegetable? Favorite vegetable. That's actually a really hard question for me to, like, answer. I say vegetable, but really, I'm a former STEM major, so I should know this fact already, but there's really not such a thing as vegetables. What we describe as vegetables are typically, things that are not grown on trees. Things that don't get used in baking sweets. Apples, peaches, oranges, pomegranates, stuff like that in the culinary world is a fruit, but things like tomatoes, zucchini, squash, beans, those are all, they're all biologically fruits, but they're very much a vegetable, culinarily speaking. I can tell you my least favorite vegetable, bean. Specifically, like, Oh, gee. I think we're having like pinto beans and cornbread tonight, or pinto beans and pork chops tonight. So I really hate to like say pinto bean, but it's not that I dislike pinto beans or anything. It's that it's not that I dislike pinto beans. It's that I hate the gaseous distress that comes along with dealing with pinto beans. I don't like it when the beans aren't pre-soaked properly or handled properly, and then I have a lot of gastric pain. That is a rough ride, and I spent a good chunk of it, you know, stuck under the bridge. At least we got it done. Okay, so I think it's like over here. Yup. Oh my god, really? No, that is stasis. We don't want that. Yeah, I gotta get this thing sitting in here. And the tilt has to be just right. Wow. Could be worse, I guess. One I think is, yeah, okay, I know where we're going next. And so it's like over here-ish. It's similar to what we saw up here on Satori Mountain. There are a lot of rock formations that look kind of like this on the map. Back to being incognito. Least favorite vegetable, though. I default to eggplant. I default to eggplant only because I've pretty much been told all my life that I don't like it. I think I've just had bad eggplant, really, is what it comes down to. I've always had people who didn't know what to do with eggplant. So it just, like in eggplant parm, for example, which is typically the dish where I like it in, I like cooked eggplant and egg parm, but the eggplant always ends up overpowering the Parmesan, or there's too much Parmesan or too much tomato. No one realizes that it's a mildly sweet vegetable that you kind of need to, you know, salt up, grill, you know, play rough with it. It's perfectly fine to play rough with eggplant. It could take a beating. You know, maybe eggplants of the purple variety, though. Don't get any cute ideas about brown or pink eggplants, please. Or yellow ones. They're really, purple, are there non-purple eggplants? I think there might be white-colored eggplants, too. I do not remember. Okay, did we get this one? No, not really. Why do I keep this 12 power axe? Are you talking about the sledgehammer? You're talking about the sledgehammer, right? In which case, I like having sledgehammers around. They help me mine things. They're cheap. I don't care about their durability so much. Whereas, you know, let me take care of business. Nice. Also, aren't eggplants purple 90% of the time? Usually. That's why I was curious, because I don't remember. I was schooled on a few plants, but I'm definitely no botanist. If I had my college funding on hand, I would have taken botany as a course, and that would have gotten me more familiar with eggplants. But they're usually purple. Of course, if you're talking about eggplants in a non-biological context, then it gets a little bit murky. But to answer your other inquiry about the sledgehammer, yeah, I like it for mining. Hold on, I should actually make sure I've snapped a picture of that. Wow. Should you sell amber? You got a ton of it. If you need money for armor upgrades, I would. I don't know if you can make anything with it. And what about diamonds? So diamonds are used in a couple of like clan weapons or tribe weapons. For example, I believe you need a diamond in order to get the most powerful bow the Rito have on offer. I think later on you need a diamond for the Gerudo weapon. I might be thinking of topaz here, but you definitely want diamond for the Rito gear. At the very least, specifically their bows. Yeah, no, not exactly for upgrading. It's more like, if you recall, at the end of the Divine Beast, Va Meadow, you know, you get the special bow. Taba gives you like the most powerful bow, like the Rito have access to. If that bow breaks, you need the diamond along with the previous precursor bow, which I'm pretty sure is the Falcon bow, to replace that, to make another copy of that bow, if that's making sense. I hesitate to say it's for upgrading directly. It's more like it helps you replace gear that you want to use if it breaks. If you don't care about the special bow at the end of the Divine Beast Va Meadow ordeal, then you because the Lionel bows are quite honestly just as good, then you don't need to worry about diamonds. They become a selling item at that point. Unless they're used for fairy upgrades, I don't know about. Not 100% sure on that part. You need to get more normal arrows. You got 40. I've been working backwards from a stock of 300. I also need to get more arrows. Go ahead and look at my map here. Okay, I think we're good to go. Just wanted to make sure I was generally headed in the right direction. How many elemental arrows do you have? If you don't mind my asking. See you over there, sir and Madam Keese. That is a Lizalthos. I see you over there. Should you save your ancient arrows? The rare ones? You got 4. I would save them. If you aren't fighting guardians, I would definitely not, you know, use them all willy-nilly. what do you do with them? Well, you take out guardians with them. They're specifically nice for the flying, like Skywatcher guardians. The ones that like to patrol along Tabantha here, there are a lot of flying guardians. It's exceptionally useful for taking out those. Outside of that, once you start getting to Hyrule Castle, you'll want the ancient arrows as well, because this place is littered with guardians everywhere. And having ancient arrows would be pretty darn nice to have. One shot's a lot of them. This is a good chunk of why I am not going to Hyrule Castle right now as well. In my previous stream of Breath of the Wild, I didn't make a beeline for it, but I did kind of encounter the castle and go in and out of it when I got to it. And once I got to the internals of the castle, I picked up a lot of weapons that ended up trivializing the game. But it doesn't give you the things from Guardians. What do you mean? Are you talking Guardian parts? I believe killing a Guardian via Ancient Arrow should give you Guardian parts, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that. Let me find that out for you real quick. Because I certainly don't want to be shooting at the hip. Assuming I could spell correctly. Do you use the camera? I don't really. Yeah, if I weren't going for 100% compendium or anything like that, I probably wouldn't use the camera a whole bunch other than to take photos for later. But because we're going for the compendium, I use this thing quite a bit. And also, you know, especially if you're just wanting to farm things, getting the Sheikah Sensor Plus and the camera will let you, you know, kind of sniff around for ingredients. I think that at the very least makes the camera useful. But I don't think it's a strict requirement either. Okay, no, bear type, you are absolutely correct. According to the Zelda wiki, defeating a guardian by one-shotting it by shooting it in the eye with an ancient arrow does in fact cause it to not drop any materials. So don't shoot it in the eye if you want materials, I guess. Which would again kind of, you know, strengthen my recommendation of get the ancient arrows toward the end of the game when you're wanting to actually just kill Ganon. Because the economic viability of ancient arrows is not all that good. Let me switch over to Twitch here for just a second. Finish the meeting. Welcome back, Rasby. Good to see you again. I hope the meeting went well without getting super specific or into the weeds on what the meeting was. Felt really inspired to do game dev. Ran out of energy though. Fair. If you're planning on staying long, I hope you enjoy your stay. If you're dipping back out, no worries. Just glad you could stop by and say hello again. I appreciate the company, everyone. Really, I mean it. Switching back over to YouTube. Am I the only one that gets chests from water with magnets? I do it sometimes, but I kind of have to know to do it, right? When we're talking about fishing for treasure. I could normally care less. If there are like unique treasure chests in water,
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
I'll probably go on and, you know, collect that stuff. But it's not my first, you know, port of call for things to do in this game. Yeah, I want you to, hello. I didn't even see this one hiding in the rocks there. What do we have? What do we have? Broadsword. These things aren't the most annoying to deal with, but you do kind of have to be careful with Lizalthos. But good news, you're starting to organize your time now. Good, good. Basically, you have one action point every night, so you can choose what to spend on it or not. I only have one, so I don't overpressure myself, but you don't have 0. So actually take action and reverse your depression. That kind of sounds like the spoons theory, or like a different take on spoons. My sibling often refers to their level of energy per day as being a certain number of spoons. They wake up, they have a certain amount for the day. Eating, showering, getting dressed all take a certain number of spoons. And once you run out, you can either go into a spoon deficit or you just do the absolute bare minimum on 0 spoons. Tom also used that in a public article. Yeah, it's like a really quite a popular theory among many clinical psychologists, if I recall correctly. Spoons sound weird to you, but the idea of measuring energy is really useful to you. That's fair. I think spoons are just another way of doing that. I don't know if I ever measure my energy in that way. I kind of just, I have general ideas on my level of energy. If I've got a good amount of it, I try to get productive stuff done. If I don't have a great amount of it, you know, I'll still try to get productive stuff done. If I have hardly any of it, well, I'm lying flat on my back until I've got some. You also like keeping things non-gradular. Just having 1 or 2 things instead of many small things. Fair. Also, I need to get up the cliff here. I guess I'm the opposite. I like being able to gradiate things. Helps me achieve some level of precision. Although, then again, you and I are talking about the concept of, you know, someone's internal energy, and that's rarely something you can quantize in any meaningful way. At least not without having a constant blood oximeter attached to you. I think I know my sibling has an oximeter. Yeah, oximeter. That was the word I was looking for earlier. That they use for measuring like certain vitals, and depending on how bad my father's diabetes ends up progressing, right now he's managing it, but if it ever becomes fiercer than normal, I think he is definitely on the road to getting an oximeter. Moving back over to Twitch here. Anxiety, depression, this kind of stuff works like a gas. It fills any volume you give it. Good lord. My mouth did not want to move on some of those words. I should also definitely just try to drop down to some... Oh my god. Okay, as soon as we get up here, it is time to throw on the climbing gear. And very granular stuff that's not easily delimited. So if you feel really bad and overwhelmed in a day, the overwhelmness is free to take up quite a lot. You know, when you describe mental health issues that way or personal emotions that way, it makes them more terrorizing. You know, thinking of them as a gas that takes up, that fills up a container or any kind of volume you choose to give it. That's truly a terrifying description. I'm not taking issue with you saying it. I'm making the observation that I personally find it unsettling more than anything. But that's how the truth often is, or how someone's surprisingly accurate perspective often feels is unsettling. I guess maybe I sort of view granular things as the opposite. I know that if I have a high degree of specificity on something, a high degree of measure on something, I know when it gets low, I can start to conserve. Maybe I should do that with my energy as well, but I don't feel like I wake up with a limited amount of spoons or energy for the day. At least not generally speaking. So I feel like it's less applicable to me than it is to, say, my other peers who often talk about things in spoons. You find it really nice because this means setting boundaries works. You're more aware of them, so you know this boundary is truly something you cannot cross without deleterious results. Also, if it fills a bigger area, it's more rarefied. I think I have found the Korok. Now, where is the rest? Okay, I think, yeah, the rest of the Tanagar Canyon is accessible, which is good. Part of the reason you avoid granularity is to try to avoid controlling things too much. That messes with things and sometimes fights the process. Ah. Yeah, you kind of just, you're aware of states of things rather than levels of things. I could respect that thought process. If it works for you, that is the most important part. Is that it works for you. And I'm certainly not going to begrudge you of that. I don't know if that sort of thing would work for me. But I'll certainly keep it in my back pocket. Because assigning levels to things does get taxing after a while. At least that's my perspective on it. It's one of those mental upkeep things. I just kind of do it. So that I'm more aware. Otherwise, I have bumped into situations where I'm not paying attention to levels of things, and I'm trying to pay attention to states of things, and I get distracted, and then suddenly I go past the boundary I've set for myself, and the next thing I know, well, I start bumping into the deleterious effects of not having enough energy. Or, you know, whatever we're assigning spoons or units to, really. You said you don't take much use of the spoon model. Do you just generally have a lot of energy and resources? I wouldn't say I have a tremendous amount of it. Make sure I understand which... Yeah, okay, I'm headed in the right direction. I wouldn't say I have a tremendous amount of energy and resources. I think it's more just that when I wake, I tend to try to make the most use out of my energy. And I try to manage it through food, drink, caffeine, exercise, meditation, all that fun stuff. You know, things that humans typically manage their energy levels with. I don't know if I pay an especially exorbitant amount of attention to that, even after 32 years of living and being conscious enough about my energy for maybe 18 of those years, 19 of those years. I'm sure. Oh god. Yep. That I knew that probably wasn't gonna work. Yep. I'm gonna have better luck trying to climb the cliff here. I guess to put it simply, I just kind of use the energy I have, and then when I can't manage anymore and I run out, then I go lie flat for a while and try to recharge my battery some. Rinse and repeat the process until it's time to sleep, I guess. Sometimes I'll even take a nap around the midday mark. Well, I say midday, but I'm streaming at that time. So what I guess I really mean is at some interval. Good lord, Link, climb the cliff, please. Just at some undetermined block of time where I feel like I'm sufficiently caught up on things. Or, there's always one biological indicator that I use to kind of help me figure out, am I tired or aren't I? If I ever start to feel the nagging, itchy feeling behind my eyelids, then I go to sleep. I try to take a nap. Started a Heroes of the Storm match. No worries. Enjoy. It's definitely up here. Let's get as close as we can. And then climb the rest of the way, hopefully with energy to spare. I'm a lot less put together than I look. For better or worse. But I do try my best to be put together, especially in public. Because presentation matters. It's something that, as an autist, I've had to learn over and over and over and over again. Neurotypical people very much like things presented a certain way, and when they don't have that, when things aren't presented a certain way, things become problematic. Often because the explanation of an autist's perspective tends to fall on deaf ears. Now, is this one? Okay. Yes, phone, I see you ringing. And no, I don't, Ah, there we are. I would like to not be falling during this cutscene. Thanks, Koroks. Wow! This game was gonna try to kill me! This game was gonna try to kill me! Wow, this game is savage! So savage! Holy hell in a handbasket! I wish the devs would give my life total a little bit more respect. When it comes to the Koroks. Yeah, as if finding 900 of them weren't bad enough. They don't even have the decency to stop you mid-fall, during cutscenes, generally. Yikeroonies. Okay, so where is this next one? It's like up here. Yeah, in fact, I know exactly where it is. There's a ring of rocks up here. These are one of the most visible ones on the map. I wish they were all visible on the map. They all had tells. Make the apple trees, I don't know, have like a different color. What's one that I remember the location of for sure? It would be like over here. Yeah, there's like a set of apple trees. It would have been nice if these had like, if these were tinged red or something. To indicate that, oh, that's an apple tree puzzle. Or whatever. There are ways that I think Korok locations could have been handled without ruining totally ruining the mystique of the mechanic. Thankfully, this one was pretty easy to spot. Okay, next one's like up here-ish. And then we start getting to the, like, edge of the world. You can't even, like, go here. Like, going to this spot on the map, I'm pretty sure is not a thing you can do. Yeah, not even a little bit. This definitely feels like there could have been more to this section of the map. Like a third DLC, but then Tears of the Kingdom was released, and then, you know, instead of one map, we had 3. Yikeroonies. Okay, where are we? We're not quite at the spot I thought we were. Not yet. I'd like to think we're making pretty good progress, all things considered. We've gotten a couple, at least one shrine, if not 2 of them. Not only have we gotten at least 1 or 2 shrines, we've gotten a pretty significant chunk of Korok seeds. Hello. See, this one's the next one. Okay, and this is the last one. Okay, well, there's that. Next on our list is going to be going up this way. There's a Korok seed in this general direction, and I believe there will also be, if my memory serves me correct, I believe there's a shrine out this way. Yeah, plus the shrine indicator is telling me that there's a shrine this way. And for context, for those that maybe missed episode 5 and 6, or 6, it might be 6 and 7, there's the Divine Beast there, sitting on top of the perch-shaped rock, with its death laser pointed at Ganon's location. It's like fixed on Ganon's, or the not the Divine Beast, Calamity Ganon's location. Is that... Okay, that's on this shelf, it looks like. Even though there's a lot of expanse, ultimately it does, like, you're really mostly running around in a lot of it. you were running around collecting things in a lot of cases, which, you know, once the initial praise of the game wore off, I believe this was one of the complaints, was that it was largely empty space with not that much to do, which I could certainly see where this sentiment's coming from. I think you have to be more enthused by the prospect of exploring empty space and enjoying the empty, wide open vistas, rather than looking for things to do. It's the difference between the Legend of Zelda experience versus the Assassin's Creed experience. The Assassin's Creed experience is meant to have open world maps with many packed points of interest that dwindle down as the game progresses. Okay, now we can kind of keep going. Pretty sure down over here is going to be a shrine somewhere. Maybe over here, near where that big slate is. Sure looks like it. Yeah, you can kind of like vaguely make out a hole here. I don't think this is a blessing shrine. I think we're gonna have the puzzle in here. Let's find out. Going back to my question about favorite vegetables, I think I can probably answer what my favorite vegetable is now, and that is spaghetti squash. I quite enjoy a nice pile of tined or like forked out spaghetti squash. I can even eat it right out of the gourd. I like it that much. But no doubt the best spaghetti squash I have ever had is served on a plate next to a pile of actual real spaghetti, or, you know, not real spaghetti, but like pasta. And, oh, we gotta be quick, huh? All right. I could get the cut of your jib game. I know what we're putting down. You know, served on the side with some Swedish meatballs, or like actual cooked simulacra of Swedish meatballs. Good stuff. Okay, let's just see what stuff is like in here first. Really? Sure. I would love to get a copy of a sword, but I guess that's not happening. But, you know, simply a good gourd of spaghetti squash with some, like, rock salt nearby that you can put through a grinder. Best experience ever. In my personal opinion. Scrumptious. I would pay the biggest grocery bill in the entire world just to have some nearby spaghetti squash for just such a purpose. Because I like the stuff that much. What do we have then? Maybe something like this. We definitely want to go this way. Oh my god, I'm gonna break this thing trying to get the treasure. And I probably just screwed it up big time. Alright, do we have another Korok leaf, or... No, it's money. Alright, what now? Gotta be careful, I don't want to break this thing. Okay, we aren't quite ready to hit the shrine yet. We gotta get a puzzle first. Gotta do another puzzle. Now, is this one of those where I need to be really, really freaking careful? Or, is just blowing it up sufficient? I guess we're gonna find out. Oh, this is like a really huge space. My goodness. I don't remember being in this shrine. I don't think I want to drop this. I'd rather drop the sledgehammer. Because I can, yeah, I was about to say, I can always get more sledgies. Now, is this one a rock wall? It is! There were a number of ways we could have handled that, I'm sure, but... Now, I want to know what this switch does. I think that is just to get us up there. Alright.
I can feel my wits evaporating in your mere presence.
All this for some backroom treasure chests. Oh. Okay. Yup, sure. This is gonna go over real well. Ooh, I want to be extra careful. Kind of want to let the platform stall out a bit. All right, yep, there we go. Won the match, it was pretty fun. Good, good, good. This is Heroes of the Storm we're talking about. What sort of role did you take on, if and you don't mind my asking? Maybe I'm not sure what I'm talking about. I should refrain until you've said what I'm... Can you make a guess? Probably can't, but if I had to put my hat in the ring... I'm trying to remember Heroes of the Storm roles, and I'm also trying to remember whether there's jungling happening or not. Otherwise, I would definitely say jungling. I'm gonna guess damage dealer and healer. Okay, so let me try again with actually proper roles to guess with this time. We have melee assassin, ranged assassin, healer, support, tank, bruiser. I'm gonna go for melee assassin and ranged assassin. That would be my guess. It's like the most popularly, it's probably the most popular pair of roles. Oh, I had it right the first time. Cool, great. My awkward guess was correct, and my less awkward guess was incorrect. Cool. Ranged assassin and healer. I did play Heroes of the Storm years ago. Gosh, this was before my streaming days, I'm pretty sure. I remember playing it like when I got done with all my schoolwork, and back when college was not quite so hair-brainingly difficult. I would typically take on the role of healer in games like that, because I'm typically not very good at singling out players for targeting. I'm too used to trying to keep people alive. I'm also typically the mistake enabler in HOTS, or not HOTS specifically, but in MOBAs in general. It's a really bad habit of mine. Hence why I don't record them or stream them live, because I would be really terrible at them, one, and two, I would have people bemoaning me in comments, and if people knew I was streaming it, A, there would be stream snipers, and B, more than anything else, I need to know what this switch does. Okay, but why? Why? What's the point? What does this even do? Because this puts us over like the previous room. I have... There has to be something like... Oh, I think I know what... Yeah, I know what this is for. Okay, this was to like escort the bomb to the rock pillar there and blow it up. Really nimble and really quite slippery. I'm usually not nimble unless I'm freaking the hell out. That's about the only time where I'm super nimble. In MOBAs, and if I'm doing that, I'm not having fun, generally speaking, so I tend not to play once I start getting frazzled enough to do a jungling role very effectively. That said, the last MOBA I played, hello? Sorry about that. I am back. Still not 100% mastered on the timers and stuff yet. Um. Okay, so where was I in terms of actually answering the statement? Let me go ahead and actually read the rest of the sentences on Twitch and on YouTube as well. Okay, I don't think I've missed anything on YouTube. I'm not great at combos, but you are great at being somewhere. Makes sense for an assassin role, honestly, and same thing with healing. You generally need to be somewhere. You'd think healing would make me a fairly effective jungler or assassin, but it doesn't translate quite so well, I'm afraid. At least for me. The last MOBA I remember playing was Smite. Smite 1. Smite 2 is a dumpster fire, if I recall correctly. And, I generally tend to play... I wouldn't think healer translates to a good jungler. It depends on which game. So in Smite, right, where there isn't a healer per se, it's more like mages. Some mages have healing, some don't. Some tanks have healing, some don't. You're often... if you're playing traditional, 3-lane conquest or, what passes for a standard map with rotations and everything, you kind of need to help your laning partner get jungle kills. You need to intercept or prevent enemy junglers from, knocking out your lane. You kind of need to be prepared for... prepared to rotate lanes and help people after a certain level. You kind of have to know a little bit about jungling without necessarily knowing what order to get buffs and stuff. Some of that comes to outright practice. Some of it is, knowing the map features and everything. I've never been very good at this, so I have never played or haven't really played much of traditional, traditional formats in Smite. Most of the time I would end up playing in Smite, it would be a 4v4 or it would be the arena. It would be a not quite an ARAM experience, but pretty close to an ARAM experience. The fact that Smite had an official mode for this was kind of a godsend for me. And then I would just play area-focused mages. That's another thing I would do, is I typically play like ranged attackers, whether they're in the form of hunters or mages, doesn't much matter to me. But typically I'm a mage in that game. That said, my Smite hat has been off for... I'm gonna be 33 in about a month from now. Maybe a month and 5 days. My Smite hat's been off ever since I turned 25. Have not cracked a MOBA open at all. And I don't miss it, really. It's not even a guilty pleasure game anymore. World of Warcraft is like an occasional guilty pleasure game for me, but I don't have the money to engage or entertain such a guilty pleasure, so I don't. Going back to the statements here, you've always been a hybrid. You do very well as a healer, perhaps much better than DPS. Yeah, the same has generally been true for myself. I can do either, but I'm better in support roles. Just, if you're playing a healer or there are dedicated healing roles and you take one, I'm sure you've had your fair share of people saying, why didn't you enable my faulty bad decision making? Leaving the lane after your laning partner or whatever makes a bad engagement. I'm like, well, I tried to give you some cover on the way out, but you should have taken the escape when I offered it to you. Unfortunately, I don't want to compound the entire team being behind because 2 of us died rather than one of us dying. I've dealt with that a handful of times in Smite, and I was not super happy to deal with it. I was also a much less mentally stable, sufficient person back then. Really unaffected by people being mad? Good. Sometimes people being upset with me was justified. You know, I'm not immune to bad decision making. Nobody is, but still, I'd like to think I kept my head on pretty straight as a healer back when I did play, not a healer, a mage, when I played Smite back then. Let's go ahead and double check this. I think we're good here. All these are backroom chests. Oh, right. No, we needed to go back here because we needed the shrine key. That's right. I think we can get out of here now. Or not. Oh, there is one last shrine chest, huh? I guess we'll be figuring out what to remove. I don't know. MOBAs are just kind of really toxic for my health. I do get competitive. I also suffer from performance anxiety. It's something I suffer a lot on this channel. Especially when I was challenge running Elden Ring, I would routinely suffer from performance anxiety, and that makes me make mistakes. That also makes me super self-critical. I don't like it. I haven't liked the feeling. So I just tend not to play MOBAs for that reason. I don't like being so self-conscious of my own mistakes all the time. I had enough of that when I was raiding to last a lifetime. And when I say raiding, I'm totally not talking about MOBAs in that context. There's no, like, raiding mechanics in MOBAs that I'm aware of. That's more like a strictly, like a massively multiplayer game thing than anything. I have a lot of memories from back during those days. Thank you very much, Sir Sheikah Monk, for giving me the Spirit Orb. Talking about it makes me feel really good, like you're really mature. Apparently the chat room sort of disconnected there. I'm not sure why. That's good. I have bittersweet memories of those times. Like, I did definitely enjoy the connections I made during my raiding years and the times where we would hang out doing non-raiding, non-MMO things. I did enjoy that. But being an autist in a neurotypical environment where people make crass jokes and are just really immature, and especially if those people are anywhere between 5 to like 35 or 55 years older than you, is a rough environment. I know things about people I should not ever have known, because as an 17, 18-year-old person, I should never have known them in the first place. Obviously, that's not a MOBA MMO thing. That's, you know, people piling on their garbage on someone who was unaware they were ill-equipped to deal with it at the time. That's very much a not knowing what you're getting into situation, but still stakes. Since I did have to since the chat looks like it did disconnect and reconnect, you guys may or may not want to refresh your streams as well, just in case. Because I don't know if I've missed messages or not. Doesn't look like I've missed anything on the Twitch side. Doesn't look like I've missed anything on the YouTube side. Okay. Let's see. I guess I could talk a bit more about that past. You know, I played World of Warcraft for almost like a decade. Oh my god, I'm sorry. That gave me entirely too much laughter. Just that Wolf's expression kind of frozen in a shocked state was too funny for me. In World of Warcraft, I played when I actually felt competent in raiding, I played a Holy Paladin for a long time. So that was a healing class. And there were times where I did good, and then there were times where I was definitely subpar. You know, less than average. And I was a relatively spry lad. They're gonna go ahead and put on the climbing gear, or I'm not making it up this. And then, after a while, when was it? It might have been Wrath of the Lich King? No, it was like Cataclysm. Yeah, definitely World of Warcraft, the Cataclysm expansion, where I kind of like fell into my own place as like a competent raiding member, and I was a bit less rough around the edges. In Mists of Pandaria, I ended up getting moved to an introductory raid group as a holy / retribution paladin, so that's melee DPS or healer. And I was definitely fairly competent at my job. And a lot of the members that were recruited to this introductory, like, beginners raid group they desired more than the lowest rating difficulty because experience. Like, it ended up being a place that people kind of fell into rather than a place people were not a place, but a team of people where other people fell into the team rather than people being recruited up into the team to rise in through the ranks to a new raid team. It never really panned out that way. I promise I'll read that sentence in a few minutes. I want to just string together my thoughts here. At the end of Mists of Pandaria, I essentially ended up, for whatever reason, I'm not even sure I really remember my original desire anymore. I think I wanted to form my own raid group, and unfortunately it ended up pilfering a lot of people from this, like, introductory beginners raid group. And that kind of caused a splinter in the guild that I was part of, and eventually I chose to leave that guild that I'd spent maybe 5-6 years in to form a new guild with my own personal raiding group. And it was functional for the entirety of Warlords of Draenor, right up until the end. And then it became unfunctional, group kind of split apart. I eventually ended up leaving the game. It was... and unfortunately, there were also a lot of recruitment issues that happened, because when you're trying to go for high shelf, high-end, mythic level rating content and you don't have the chops to do it, you sort of fall below expectations, and that means other, like, random people you have to, like, recruit in for the night don't generally want to do anything more than be there for that night, that raid night, nothing else. Plus, Mythic required like 20 people at the time. Oh, this was an arc that spanned about 7, 8-ish years. With the main, like, consistent portion of that history happening in around 5 to 6 of those years. The event left me with such... The way things turned out left me with such a bad taste in my mouth that I didn't really want to... I'm also way below where the Koroks seed is. I just left. I left the game. I think even one of the remarks I really ended up regretting was saying I kind of regretted meeting people along the way because of all that pain and suffering. There were many nights where I would hang out in like voice comms before Discord, where people use things like Ventrilo or TeamSpeak or Mumble or things like that. And I would often endure less than respectful jokes, or people would say things at my expense. For as many good times as I had during the raiding experience, I also had a lot of personal trauma from those years. It's kind of shaped how I respond to things a lot. As the artist that I am is more familiar with jokes, sarcasm, and dry wit humor than a similar artist in my circumstances would typically be. I think if I hadn't endured a lot of that personal history, I would not be as socially adjusted as I am now. But it came at a cost. I'm old enough to admit that it came at a cost. Would I do things differently? I don't really know. Wow. Choo-choos, you just had to go and interrupt what we were doing, huh? Let me go ahead and go back to these comments and make sure I read them. I feel like you're a glass cannon. You could do really bad sometimes and very often, or you spread yourself too thin amongst skills. Yeah, you talked about deciding between the technical thing or the social thing yesterday, didn't you? And I don't know if the decision ever, came of that, but I know that that was something you were thinking about deliberating on. Damn, sounds like a lot of arcs. I did actually address that one. I feel rather silly for having to go back and comb over sentences, but this is the part of the stream where I admit to myself that I don't have spatial recognition anymore. There we go. My sibling and I have also talked at length about it, and I do definitely have baggage as a result of that. One of those things I talked about about knowing too much about people. When I was raid leading, I talked about forming my own raid team and striking out on my own. One of the things I had to deal with was managing someone else's divorce. Like, he dealt with all of the major divorce proceedings, of course, but what he essentially described to me was a form of cheating. A man was admitting to me in real time that he was cheating on his previous spouse. And he was part of my raid group. I couldn't really, detest or decry the things that he was saying. You wouldn't think that's such a big deal because it's like, oh, it's a video game, man. It's a group. It's just something you do each week, 1 or 2 days of the week. Whatever. Find someone new. That works until you realize that when the person in your raid group leaves, they're not just taking their class and their gear and the amount of gear you spent on them. They're taking their experience too. They're taking their perspective. They're taking all of their practice with them on various encounters. And if you're having recruitment issues, what are you loath to do? You're loath. You kind of, I should say loathe. You end up having to put your principles into practice and figuring out, is someone else's life worth picking a fight on or fight with? Because I personally detest the way they're handling things. Or do I say it's not my business? You know, I'm there to console. I am there to offer advice, and not much more than that. Or, you know, I'm just there to kind of help a person vent more than anything. And younger me was definitely more okay with what was happening than, you know, current me is. If you're gonna divorce someone, you know, at least don't cheat before you divorce. You know, divorce first. And then it's not cheating anymore. You know, if you want to, all the cheating, quote unquote, would really do is reveal that you had a loveless marriage, right? You know, it would have still been gross. It would have still been gross, for sure, but it at least wouldn't be cheating. And, you know, finding some slippery, slimy justifications for justifying your cheating. And I mean a collective view. I'm not pointing out anyone in particular. Sounds like you failed to set some boundaries back then, and it backfired a lot. Yep. I remember even a long time ago, you said you were told about stuff you weren't supposed to know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure someone's divorce proceedings and cheating qualifies. I don't know of one sane individual that wants to get involved in that unless they're an interested party. And the only reason I was an interested party is because of the social obligations of raiding in World of Warcraft at the time. Like I said, it's a video game. You know, you can find people, but at the same time, there's a cost-benefit analysis to following your principles whenever you're leading raids or, you know, getting involved in huge social obligations. Nice. No, don't pick that back up. Thank you. Goodbye. Yeah, so that isn't the only thing I wasn't supposed to know, but it's the one that stuck with me. It's the one that stuck with me, because it's like, wow, did I really just abet and okay a person cheating? I think maybe a year after that happened, I'm like, I happened to be thinking over things one night, and that conversation, that like chunk of conversations that spanned about a 3-month time period, I was thinking, did I really just stand by and abet someone on their cheating because of social obligations in a video game? Because it sounds like I did just that. It sounds like I did just that, and I feel some amount of personal disgust over it, too. Of course, it's been a long time. It's been 5, 6, 7 years. I have not seen nor heard from this man and his new woman in any stretch of the imagination. I've not heard from them since. I think the kicker was that he had 2 kids. That's always the deal breaker with divorces. You know, it's one thing if it's happening when it's just you and someone else. It's still icky. Divorce is still icky, especially when cheating is the reason why it's happening. But at least it's just happening between 2 adults. but it's worse when there are children involved, because then they get to live with the scars of being bounced back and forth between two homes, and people outside looking in or praying to God or whoever, whatever deity or force they hold reverence to, and hoping that one parent or another doesn't drive a wedge between the children and the other parent without some kind of justifiable reason. Did you feel bad because you supported him? The problem is I didn't really support him. I was more like, I said nothing. I didn't call it out. I didn't call the behavior out. I was just kind of there listening to the story. And I think the most I could really say is that he asked for advice and I gave him some, which maybe is like indirectly supporting someone who cheated, especially cheated like a month. Do you feel like it would have helped if you called him out? Honestly, no. I don't think so. That's the kicker, is thinking on it, all it would have done is just made the chat mad. He would have disconnected from voice comms, and the consequences of a video game notwithstanding, I would have just been left thinking about things. I'll cite Robert Frost's "A Road Less Traveled." I can never know what would happen. I can never know what how events could have played out, because the thing that we can't cross back over is time, right? We can't flow back on time. If I could, I probably would have gone back and tried to maybe change something, because I don't think I should have I don't even think I should have doled out advice. I don't think that should have happened, but too late now. And I'm over it. I mean, I feel like momentary disgust, but this isn't a thing that stuck with me for like 4, 5, 6 years. Probably 5, given what I've just said. What am I looking for? I am trying to find this Koroks seed, and I think it's over here. There's like a rock I'm looking for, I think. Just lost a match of hots at the very end. Oh, do you know well, sweaty hots tracer gameplay whilst hearing about super serious stuff. This is like mild drop in the bucket serious stuff. I don't know if I would classify what I said as serious. Like I said, I've had 5, 6 years to really truly kind of like think about things, or be preoccupied by other things. Either way, you feel like supporting that person probably helped. At the end of the day, people are naturally good when they're given support. Tell that to the U.S. administration. I need you to cast some magic for me, or otherwise hex them into being good people, because I sure wish that was true. Sometimes I don't think people are naturally good, even if they're given support. I think the most you can do is keep them from psychologically breaking down, which, if that's support, fine, but... And I think, even with all this moral grandstanding, at the end of the day, I still stand by some of my libertarian principles. I am definitely someone who does not like meddling in other people's affairs. Even advice is meddling sometimes. Sorry, I am fixing a clothing issue. There we go. Fixed. Well, those people most most likely might seem like they have support because they have power, but they're probably really emotionally deprived and suppressed. Probably. Because when you process what's happening and such, I can tell you, people become kinder and other things, etc. Perhaps. If they do, I wonder how long it lasts. I wonder how long it lasts. Is that it? It's definitely hard to be compassionate towards people in extreme situations. You remind me of the philosophy in, Christian scholarship known as hate the sin, not the sinner. That's definitely what that makes me think of. It's like if you could just see through the sin, you could see the good person underneath all that sin. It's sort of patronizing in a way. It's compassionate in some regards and definitely patronizing in others, and it's kind of hard to know where that line is drawn. It is possible that a select number of people are naturally like that, but the majority isn't. It's definitely a funnel effect of something. Perhaps. Things to think about. Even that known German dude. Are we invoking a certain hijacker of Hindi symbols? Are we talking about that man? I'm being not on the nose on purpose, by the way. I think to kind of like... Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's about what I needed to know. Thank you for playing along and being less direct. Also, side note, his bookwork was full of bad grammar and mistakes. He was definitely insecure about that stuff. You know what? There are things that Trump is also very insecure about. It's one thing, he'll like, behavior, appearance, whatever, rubs off him, like, streaks off him like water pouring off of grease. Talk about the man's money, though? Oh my god. He does not know what to do with that sentence. Gross. Specifically money. Specifically money. That's the worst part. I don't... It's irrational. At least for me, it's like, I'm conscious when people point out I'm short. Yeah, I'm short. So what? What's that supposed to mean? Why point that out unless you were intending to do something nefarious by pointing it out in the first place? Because, I guess for those who don't know much about me, like in real life, I am 5'3" during the day and 5'2" at night. My spine compresses a full inch in the evening. And, being short sucks. Being short stinks a lot. If you can be 5'10", be 5'10". If you can do that special therapy where they repeatedly break your bones, to like grow you a few inches, do that. Anything is better than being short. Okay, that is also disingenuous. There are lots of things that are worse than being short. But after all, you could have, leprosy or any number of other diseases that are actually a problem, right? I definitely certainly don't want to say, woe is me, I'm short. You're 160 centimeters? Oh my god. Yeah, I fluctuate about 2.5 centimeters every day. ingredients. You never knew that? Yeah, a lot of people don't know that about me. Good reason for it too. A lot of people like to poke fun at me, and so I've learned to just shut up about that for a good chunk of my time. Yeah, being short does give you a disadvantage, but at least blankets always cover your feet and you don't bump your head on low ceilings. True, there is that. Height does seem to have an impact on people. Kappa. Hey there, Darcy. Good to see you. Welcome back to the stream. How are you in health and in spirit? What? Don't you know you're shorter than your younger sibling? That's true. By about somewhere between half an inch and an inch. It's fine. I try not to think about it.
Oh, are you aggrieved?
I am very aggrieved. I am very aggrieved. But, how did your, PowerPoint come along, if and you don't mind my asking, Darcy? Let's also eat some stuff before I get absolutely annihilated. How did you guys lose aggro on me? I legit do not understand that. Wow, pay better attention next time, Stalazalphos. Instantly, the moment I mention my height, a woman appears. Kappa. You are 175 centimeters? You had audio issues the whole time? Where's that redemption? I need one right now. I feel it coming. I'm gonna beat people
Not
with a punch.
only are you incompetent, but shameless to boot.
I had audio issues the whole time. I'm sorry you're dealing with that. Still don't know if it recorded properly, but the professor said they look at it. That's something at least. Also, dude, make food. Every time I come on this stream...
Stop right there, criminal scum!
Every time I come on the stream, you're just making like cork down apples. Hey, this time it was mushrooms. This time it was mushrooms. It wasn't apples. Cut me a little slack. Oh, I'm sorry. That kind of made my day. Strictly speaking. It's worse. Well, I mean, hey, it's the Hylian shrooms. Come on. I wouldn't actually eat real ingredients. Like, I'm not gonna start horfing down sun shrooms. I know they're valuable. It's just the non-effect food. I'll make food when we've, gotten the last couple of shrines, and if I'm not mistaken, there's even a fairy fountain nearby where we are, which means we can get the level 2 upgrades. Food hoarding. Darcy wishes I did that. You could at least make mushroom skewers for F's sake. Relax. I will make food in maybe 10 minutes. You know you can make food that doesn't have special stuff on it. Yes, I am aware you can do that. I get the feeling I'm gonna be ribbed about food the whole time unless I've done my necessary prep work. Here's what I'll do. When we end stream for tonight, I will record some grinding footage along with the Amnesia, the Dark Descent that I totally didn't forget to record yesterday. Because I overslept the mark for when I wanted to be up late at night. So I've got a lot of recording to do. I'll just record the cooking and prep sessions. This guy's the one who you see eating plain almonds out of the pantry at like 3 a.m. That and handfuls of shredded cheese. I have done that before. Ingredient eater, not food. I didn't pay attention, so you just don't cook a whole lot? Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't like leaving things, you know, to be done off camera. I like at least either recording or, you know, streaming stuff like this. And I just haven't done any of that yet. I just haven't actually made myself sit down to do one of these posterity streams or recordings. And obviously, if it's a posterity stream, it would be an AMA, right? I'm a bit confused if IRL or in-game. Sorry, it's because I injected a real-life reference into the in-game discussion. Darcy and I are talking about the food here, the food tab here in the game. I know you have. I've seen your ass munching. Oh my god, no. Oh, he does both. Yes, I do both. We are doing more Koroks today. We've also have done some shrines. We have also done, we have at least made the attempt at the Tanagar Canyon course. We've been a good chunk of distance today. I eat raw vegetables individually if it counts. Well, raw vegetables, you know, as long as they're edible raw, I don't know if that counts. I wouldn't count it because you can eat vegetables. It's kind of crazy that people do count eating raw vegetables. I guess if you eat, I would probably, maybe the cutoff for me would be like plantains, right? If you eat a bunch of plantains plain, I feel like you're setting yourself up for a rather drab experience. Plantains are not very tasty if you don't have preparation on them. I thought you'd be doing the result from the poll you made at 5 a.m. No, that's for Wednesday. Let me pull up the Discord post. I'm pretty sure I had it set aside for Wednesday. Yes, so on the post that I put in the voting on content channel, my little blurb to get people to come to the channel is a short-term poll due at 11 p.m. tomorrow evening. And right now the poll says there's a tie, but due to like the way votes are counted, we are technically going to the Farron region unless someone else votes. Carrots, celery, cucumbers, even tomatoes. Oh, wait, hold on. And only some veggies are normal to eat raw. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I see your ass eating an onion or a beetroot raw, and I'm giving you a bombastic side eye. Okay, yep, Yeah, that stuff I eat raw. Each time I say the word raw, I get intrusive thoughts of potential jokes. When I say a raw onion, I mean like Apple style. You know, like, during the, intro for Iron Chef, where the guy just, like, eats off with his teeth and snaps off a raw pepper. A raw bell pepper. Yeah, that type of thing. Can't eat bell peppers raw. You're gonna get a whole bunch of uncomfortable seeds stuck in there. But you can technically eat them raw. I don't recommend the green ones. I would not recommend eating the green bell peppers raw. I don't need to go this way. Hello, Sir Moblin. Lots of folks do that. Oh, like the movie Holes. Yes, eating onions like that would probably give people problems. Low-key, you think that, you think most veggies are pretty normal, fine raw? That's how people ate them in the olden days. I'm definitely not headed the correct direction. I want to fix that. Sorry, it's up here. Wow, effed up that guy's sleep. Well, hey, they F up my sleep, so fair's fair. That was a huge enemy. It had no chance to fight back. Mm-hmm. No. Get up. Oh, my God. I swear I'm professionally good at this game. Beans, on the other hand, could harm, kill you if uncooked. Speaking of beans, I'm supposed to have some tonight. Cool. Yeah, I'm thinking about that too, Razby. Beans is a cool name for a bat. A pet. Excuse me, a pet. Cool pet, man. What's its name? Beans. Oh, cool beans, man. Oh, man. I'm sorry. That was awful. I should, refrain from making that joke again. Beans are what you call the toe pads on a cat. They are generally bean-shaped. I am not in the mood to deal with you guys today. Although they may be in the mood to deal with me. That's like the real problem. Do we have Mipha's Grace? We do have Mipha's Grace. I still don't want to die, though. Okay, run. Wow! Run like there's no tomorrow. Link be hungry today, huh? He do be hungry. Look, there are 2 champion powers Link has. 2! 1, time manipulation. This man can slow down time when he's in midair and shoot arrows like no one's business. Number 2, bottomless stomach. That's like the most common champion power right there. Just eat all the food. Absolutely all of it. Now, I'm going to go ahead and wink out the camera because what is coming next is a cutscene, and I want to not be in the way of that. Enjoy. I do not remember which cutscene it is. And I will read sentences when we are, when we're all finished.
Nothing. Just as I thought. It appears that this structure was designed to be exclusively accessed by the sword's chosen one. But designs can always be worked around. At least I hope. How do I get inside? I need to activate it somehow. I thought I made it clear that I'm not in need of an escort. It seems I'm the only one with a mind of my own. I, the person in question, am fine, regardless of the king's orders. Return to the castle and tell that to my father, please. And stop following me!
Well, that memory was certainly something. I believe it's one of the first ones in the set of pictures in there. That silence is indeed dreadening. Very much so. Let me go back and read comments. I suppose some beans can. I love them, though. Lima beans, pinto beans, kidney beans. I'm having pintos tonight, I'm pretty sure. With pork chops and a few other things. I'm pretty sure they were also not pre-soaked. They were probably not pre-rinsed. So I'm going to be having abject amounts of pain. Yikes. Fun fact, sometimes you eat twice your serving when you've had a hard day, but you never put on any additional weight, even around the time you did that every day. Mostly got to 72, 73 kilograms. I'm perma-stuck at 69. It's the fiber, you see. Plus, veggies are a low-calorie, high-nutrient food. Too true. I get that she wants her independence and such, but girl, it's dangerous out here. It's dangerous to go alone, princess. Take me with you. 10 points to anyone who can get the reference. Speaking of, let's take a break from some also, you don't need to soak pre-rinse if you cook them in an Instapot. Huh. Is Link just always silent? Yes. I haven't worked out all the kinks with the timers yet, apparently. I have it set up to work every hour, but even though I have it set up to work every hour, it does it every hour. I don't have any conditionals and Firebot set up yet. Let me go ahead and go back and read some of these. I should write that down. I'll do that after the stream because I still have access to the chat and everything. Poor Zelda, though. She's under so much pressure. Something I know all too well. She very much reminds me of Jaina Proudmoore, and I like Jaina Proudmoore. He's selectively mute in this game? Yup. It's unfortunate you never liked silent protagonists. That's fair. I think the Legend of Zelda series does a fine enough job with Link being silent, but there are definitely some other ones where it's like, it's not really so much silent as like it's understood that your character just only talks when necessary. The Shin Megami Tensei series is a very good example of where the protagonist is silent and is also meant to be a self-insert. There's a journal entry or a bit of lore you can read in the castle that tells you more. Yes, there should be a journal in the castle. I'm pretty sure it's Princess Zelda's diary as well. It may, I don't know, I don't remember 100% off the top of my head if it's her journal or not. Link has always been this way because he was designed to be a self-insert. Yep. Also, Coin, maybe you can take a break when you feel like it instead of every hour. Well, the reason I take one every hour is to just mitigate the deep vein thrombosis that comes from, you know, sitting in a chair all day. There are dudes that have died playing World of Warcraft for 3 hours straight. Yeah, I don't want to take my chances. Getting up every hour at least kind of mitigates that. And also the timer is just for, sorry, I believe I just brain farted on what I was trying to say. Yeah, the 1 hour mark is to run ads. I currently have it set to 3 minutes, but maybe with the automation, I can just adjust the timer and run some shorter ones. There's a lot of speaking protagonists. Yup. And best to be mindful of DVT since we have a higher risk in the family. Yeah, I don't want to die, thank you. I have a full life I want to live yet. DVT is deep vein thrombosis. Let me type that out. Dying is also suboptimal. Too true. Deep vein thrombosis is shortened to DVT just to make it easier to talk about. Let me pull up the definition, unless Darcy feels like doing that for me. It's almost like a clogged artery. It's not quite a clogged artery, if I remember correctly. Blood clot issues that happen in the legs. Yeah. Think about well, I don't know. If you guys have ever wondered why Star Fox wears metallic boots, that's why. Thank you for pulling up the definitions. I'm gonna go ahead and get this test of strength done. The condition is serious because blood clots and loosen and lodge in the lungs. Yup, they're their capillaries. And if the capillaries are clogged, you're not gonna get a whole bunch of oxygen. You can die. I can do this all day. It's totally not terrifying. Yeah, I have nightmares about it very occasionally. Let me know if I need to use a different strategy. I think the complaint about it being loud was because of the exact noises being made, right? Riveting gameplay, huh? Hey, APOC DMD. Wouldn't you do more damage if you parried dodge? Probably, but I like stunlocking it. I find the activity quite fun. Good to see you, APOC. I was able to catch one of the streams, but I wasn't able to say much of anything. If you guys don't know who APOC DMB is, please go check them out. They are part of Twitch's DJing program, which is really cool. Tons and tons of electronic music. And as far as I know, it's pretty much all music all the time. Reminds you of today at work. 2 of your coworkers kept getting shocked on their chairs from electrostatic charge, and it was pretty funny. Oh, and also, it was also really loud. Okay, so there's like a memory, like a memory association thing going on there. But APOC, again, good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit. How have your DJing streams been going, if and you don't mind my asking? The electrostatic shock from work was loud, but like loud as in noticeable. Not this, which is probably a tad bit louder, huh? gonna shove in a few more mushrooms and we should be good to go. Plus it uses up weapons. That's one of the other things I'm doing with this strategy. And now we can switch to something a bit more normal. I completely blanked on where I was going. Shoved in a few more mushrooms and shipping it. Oh my god. Come on, I'm obviously not being pervy when I say that. Okay, you want to do this? We can do this. Sure. Just rinse and repeat. That is the wrong dodge. There we go. That was the flurry rush I was looking for. I promise I will read more sentences when I'm done with this. It's kind of hard for me to focus on dealing with this guy and reading stream at the same time. Hello. There we go. That's why I was having issues. Couldn't draw the bow worth anything. Are we doing the super ultra mega charge thing? Yes, we are. Okay, let me go back and read things. Let me read things that aren't directed at specific people. Let me say that. Right, Third associates. Jeez. I didn't think it was the third associates. I guess that's what happens when I'm not paying attention, huh? Biggest worry is that neither the exams nor the homework, but how you'll look in the photos at the end. Ah, how much stress have you taken on since university, huh? Yeah, that's a mighty fine way of being, that's a mighty fine thing to be self-conscious about, I guess. I've walked through it already, so you don't have to go through it again, and yes, you do remember. Okay, this part of the conversation feels directed. Let's not finish reading that. Yeah, job and poetry book. I hope that editing process on the poetry book has been going well. I know you talked about it when we met in person Saturday, but I don't know if anything has changed since then. Okay, let's actually pick up these supplies, and then the last thing I want to do is actually show you guys the second Great Fairy location, because we're really close to we're really close to being able to upgrade our weapons for a second time. And also, why was this weapon all the way over here? It's going okay so far, splitting energy with that and prepping to run Strahd. Ah, yeah, you're still dealing with the Strahd tabletop campaign. Great Fairy, yes, we get to have everyone, you know, freak out about the Great Fairy cutscenes again. For like the second time in a row. Yes, yes, Sir Monk, give me your spirit orb. I think what I'll probably do next episode on Wednesday is we will also pull out the Master Sword for before we, you know, go through probably Farron Jungle / Lake Hylia. I'm gonna at least get the Sheikah Towers for both, and then decide what we're doing. All kind of depends on the vote. Speaking of which, Mr. Rowan Darcy, would you please be willing to type in !D server into the Twitch chat? Sounds exactly as you think it does. It directs people to the Discord if you guys want to get in on the voting. We do vote on games. We also vote on other things as well. One of the votes is a short-term item for which thing are we doing next in Breath of the Wild. Thank you very much, Darcy. Really appreciate the extra helping hand there. We only vote on the Discord, so if you want to be part of that process and you hadn't joined already, please consider doing so. Speaking of fairies. Fairies. Lots of fairies. We'll put a star here so I know where it is. It's cool to hear you stop by. I wish I could have actually said anything, APOC, but yes, I did stop by. I hope to stop by again and actually speak next time. Understand the music probably isn't your thing. Oh, the music was fine. I just had to lurk. That was all it was. I couldn't actually stick around. But I want to try to be better about lurking in people's streams. Because if people are supporting me, I should support them. But you're very welcome. I'm gonna try to do that more often. It just also competes with YouTube a lot of the time. I'm more of a YouTube person when I'm not streaming. So trying to like be on Twitch and be on YouTube is it's kind of a competing interests thing. Boy, sweet boy. Oh, here it comes. It begins. Please listen to my story. Used to be Apocalypse. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, it was a different name back then. And this was before the DJing program, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the rename was part of the rebrand, right? I am the Great Fairy Kesa. This place was once a beautiful spring, but as time passed, fewer and fewer travelers arrived to offer me rupees. As a result, my power has abandoned me. I'm nearly powerless, so I beg your help. I need rupees to become whole again. All I need is 500 rupees. Once my power has been restored, I can help you do great things, boy. Now, if you have rupees, hand them over to me, quickly. In order for me to regain my power, I need 500 rupees. Here you go. Enjoy. Winking out the camera so that people can experience this in all of its splendor.
Sex.
Hmm?
Oh, sorry, I'm muted apparently. I knew you were waiting for that exact one. I think as soon as... Yes, thank you, Raz. I appreciate it. Let's see. Memory.
Oh, Erdtree, grant me suck.
At least I'm not the only one doing these sassy jokes.
Let's give him a squeeze.
Elden Ring quotes simultaneously work well out of context as creepy, sexy jokes. Yeah, this is Kesa. So you're the one who brought me back from the brink. Oh my, I see now that my first impression of you was correct. You are most definitely...
Goodness gracious, the way it glistens.
I'll explain the suck part in a second, Razby, promise. You most definitely are pleasant to look at. How would you like to live here with me? No, thank you. Nope, we're good. Absolutely not. No, thanks. I'm kidding, of course, but you certainly are cute when you're blushing. I really can't thank you enough, boy, but that won't stop me from trying. If you have the materials needed to enhance a piece of clothing, I will enhance your clothes. So, why don't you let me take a peek at that little pouch of yours? With the power...
Now, don't get excited.
With the power available to me, I can enhance your clothing a fair amount. We're gonna enhance the... Do we have enough ingredients? We have enough ingredients. Okay, so let me go ahead and address some things. Let's see, reading over sentences here. Well, that's certainly enough dopamine to not sleep for quite some time. So, there's an NPC, Raspy, to go back and answer your question about suck. Grant me a suck. There's an NPC named Kenneth Height. The spelling on the name isn't important. He's some haughty noble you meet during your early portions of travel in the lands between in Elden Ring, and you can hear him proclaiming from atop of a rock about, "Oh, won't someone please come save me? I am the great Kenneth Height, celebrator of truth and repudiator of the false. Oh, Erdtree, grant me succor. Won't you grant me succor?" Something about that. So the whole word, the whole phrase is, "Oh, Erdtree, grant me succor." S-U-C-C-O-R. And I think I rather artfully edited that statement. I had to edit that using Audacity. I'm pretty sure I was able to cleanly snip the C and the O. It is my finest bit of audio editing yet. And people use it to great effect all the time in this stream. I'm very proud of that. I indeed snipped the suck. I'm sure it does take Audacity to edit that. It does. See, it's a double entendre. Sorry, I'm giddy like a small school child about my own editing. I promise I'm 32 and not 12. Also, that edging wizard voice. Is that what we call that voice? The edging wizard? I was just trying to do a great fairy impression. The audio that you're most proud of is a sexual joke. It's not even that it's sexual, it's that it's edited crisply. That's the thing that I'm really giddy with glee about, is that it's edited succinctly. The sex joke is a bonus. Coin secretly enjoys being a bit of a pervert, methinks. Perhaps. Kappa. I have no idea of an edging wizard, if that's an edging wizard, but that's the best way to describe it. I want to know what the hell an edging wizard is. That's the thing I really want out of this. Now, the other thing I am going to wink out the camera for is, I think I mentioned this in the last...
Do you take me for a fool?
No. No, I'm not trying to hoodwink anyone, I promise, Darcy. I mentioned in the last episode when I showcased the fairy upgrading that each level of upgrade has a cutscene. What we saw yesterday was the level 1. This is the level 2 cutscene. You know, I'm past my bedtime, but, well, this is worth it. Okay, got it. Now then, close your eyes. Da 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 da. She'll be in your dreams. Eventually, she'll be your sleep paralysis demon too, but that's neither here nor there. Very worth it. Who needs bedtime? I mean, I do, because I'm apparently a middle-aged old man, according to some of my friends. I've been so primed up. I expected a lot more. Hey, I had time to practice gratefulness. The level, I don't know if I'd call the level 1 worse. Yeah, Coin, you're old, sorry. Sorry, I don't make the rules. What the heck? Coin, can you upgrade a random piece? You want me to upgrade a random one? Sure. So you obviously want the one of the level 1 pieces, right? Oh, he's above 30. Old. Just let me know if you want a level 1 or a level 2 upgrade, Darcy. The only rule I know is the 34th. Classic Rule 34. It is the bane of my existence. You want a level 1 upgrade? Okay, you got it. I don't see, Brasby, you and I talked about this scene yesterday, and we didn't think such a big deal of this. She's kind of like blowing a kiss, whatever. I'm eager to see, you know, Darcy's reasoning for why the level 1 is, like, worse. It's not a blowjob. Oh my god. I can't believe these words were uttered or typed on a stream, and I spoke them into existence. Ugh. Please tell me I am the only one who is going to dismiss this as it's not a blowjob. Come on. It's work. She blew on him. Blown job. Oh my god. Great. Now I look like I'm the one whose mind was in the gutter. I guess it was, wasn't it?
Not only are you incompetent, but shameless to boot.
Cool, great. Yeah, way to out myself as the pervert, huh? There's some item. Yes, we know about this. The fairies all say the same thing a different way. But the major point of what she was saying is, level 2, I would never engage in such jokes, Kappa. Well, I at the very least want to upgrade the climbing gear to level 2, because this is one of the last things I want to showcase.
Oh, are you aggrieved?
And I'm gonna skip these scenes, because we don't need to see them again. There is... When you reach level 2 with upgrades on a set of armor, you get an additional set bonus with the suit of armor. And I want to show this off before continuing. Is there a higher level on the Great Fairy? Yes. Darcy, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure there are 4 levels of upgrades. If I recall correctly. Yeah, there's 2 more fairies to meet, and they increase how much you can upgrade. Do they have nicer cutscenes? You know, nicer is certainly a word you can use for them. I don't know if it is the only word you can use for them, but it is a word. Let me put it to you this way, Raspy. I think you've heard me say before that staring down the butt of a Hinox kind of makes me wonder how this game passed the ESRB sniff test. The Great Fairy cutscenes are very much another case of how the hell did this pass an ESRB like sniff test? Because they shouldn't. And the implication of them alone should cause them to fail the sniff test. This should be rated M for mature because of the implications alone. There we go. You should be able to feel the care that I put into that. It radiates off those clothes. Have you got other clothes you'd like me to work my magic on? Not right now. You cannot say Hinox butt and sniff test in the same sentence I just did. And unironically too, I might add. I could feel it. My sister's powers have not yet been restored. Young man, if you meet them, would you please help them? Consider it a special request from me. Take care. They're a hoot and a holler. I tell you what, these great fairies are a hoot and a holler. And Foghorn Leghorn would be more than happy to say so himself. Anyway, I'm hungry. It's dinner time. I would normally take a crowd like this and go raiding, but I'm hungry. I've eaten a baked potato at like 8 this morning, so I'm gonna go ahead and cut and run. Young man, you can fly off the ground. I said, young man, there are fairies around. It's past midnight, and tomorrow you have a critically important class you can't skip. Yep, take care of yourselves then. Thank you guys so much on Twitch and on YouTube for hanging out with me. Your presence has really been greatly appreciated, and I'll say this again, I've said it a few times before, you guys pour just as much into this content as me. I'd like to think of this as our streaming channel and not so much my streaming channel sometimes. I'm just the one that makes the decision more than anything. Yeah, I'm so hungry. In fact, I'm probably just going to go right to the end of the stream today. My name is Coinstamp, or Swirling Vortex. Nope, wait, that's right. I forgot. I am Coinstamp the full way through now. And my senators and inductees, this has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Take care of yourselves. Stay safe out there. You guys are welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, whether that be my DMs, or my Discord server, or my Blue Sky or Twitter account, or whatever have you. And with that, goodbye.